Great. Okay, so let's start. So yesterday we started with this chapter, international trade. In international trade, what we have discussed yesterday, we started with the idea of exchange rate, right? That is basically nominal exchange rate. What do you mean by nominal exchange rate? Today in the market, for example, right? Let's say after 10 o'clock, after 11 o'clock, if you try to find out what is the exchange rate in the market, $1 is equal to how many rupees? That is called as a nominal exchange rate. But why do we require exchange rate in the first place? I told you, India is an open economy. Open economy in simple terms means what? There are transactions between a country and the rest of the world. India will conduct transactions with USA, UK, Japan, China, South Korea, etc., etc., etc. So when you're conducting trade with the rest of the world like this, there is a need to convert your domestic currency into foreign currency and foreign currency into domestic currency. And for this purpose, I said there is a requirement of a market that is a market wherein you can convert your currencies into foreign currencies and foreign currencies into the domestic currency. And that market in simple terms is referred to as a foreign exchange market, right? I hope it is there in the slide here. That market is referred to as a foreign exchange market, or else in short, forex market. Forex market. For example, I told you yesterday, imagine you want to convert your rupees into dollars. I said you will go to a Western Union, you will go to, right, let's say any traveling agencies, any of these important commercial banks, and you will provide them with the rupees, and in return they will give you dollars. So in the forex market, the facilitation of conversion is done. Now, what are the methodologies for conversion? How do we determine what is this exchange rate? For example, I told you $1 is equal to, let's say, 80 rupees. But how do we arrive at $1 is equal to 80 rupees? There are two technically traditional methods, and most of the others are combination of these two. I said fixed exchange rate is there and floating exchange rate is there. Fixed exchange rate, it's basically a process wherein the government or the authority appointed by the government will determine the exchange rate. They will fix the exchange rate. For example, let's say today government of India will say $1 is equal to 80 rupees. That's it. Whatever could be the movement in the market, they will always have the exchange rate $1 is equal to 80 rupees itself. That is a fixed exchange rate. Whereas on the other hand, there is a floating exchange rate. In case of floating exchange rate, we have discussed this yesterday. Whenever dollars are coming into India, the supply of dollars will increase, the demand for rupees will increase. So when the supply of dollars will increase, automatically the value of dollar will come down, and demand for rupees will increase, the value of rupee will increase. Now, whenever this happens because of the market forces, I repeat, whenever this happens because of market forces, that is a supply and demand forces of the currencies, we'll simply refer to this as a floating exchange rate. In case of India, we actually use a floating exchange rate, but is it a complete floating exchange rate? Complete means, is it 100% floating exchange rate? I said no. In case of India, we follow a floating exchange rate methodology, that is managed floating. We'll understand this today, don't worry. What is managed floating, we'll understand it today. Now, whenever you come across a floating or a fixed exchange rate, there are two technical terms that you need to remember. In case of fixed exchange rate, we use the term devaluation, revaluation. In case of floating exchange rate, we use the term depreciation and appreciation. Now, what is the basic idea of a devaluation or a revaluation? Devaluation simply means the government is changing the exchange rate. The government is determining the exchange rate. As a result of this, value of one currency goes down against another currency. So the currency whose value has gone down, we'll simply say the currency has been devalued. Right? Today, in case of Indian economy, do we use the term devaluation for Indian rupee? Absolutely no. We do not use the term devaluation. Right? But earlier, have we gone for devaluation? Of course, yes. In 1960s, we have gone for devaluation. 1991, we have gone for devaluation. But after that, we have introduced the concept of a floating, managed floating exchange rate. We do not devalue our currency. either there is a depreciation or appreciation. So whenever the value of one currency goes up against another currency because of the government determining the exchange rate, that is called as a revaluation of the currency. Then there is a floating exchange rate appreciation or depreciation. Same logic. That is, appreciation means one currency's value will go against one more currency, that is rupee versus dollar. Rupee's value will go up against a dollar, but this happens because of the market forces. And this is appreciation. Depreciation means rupee value going down against a dollar because of market forces. So this is what we have discussed. We have seen all these tables. We were discussing basically this table. If there is appreciation, depreciation, if there is a revaluation, devaluation, what is the impact of that on the trade? And I believe we have completed this part of the table. That is, if there is appreciation, imports will become cheaper and exports will become less competitive. Now let's move to the other side. If there is a rupee depreciation, either rupee depreciation or devaluation, what will happen? The imports will become costlier. Sir, how imports will become costlier? Please have a look at the exchange rate that I've given in the top of the table. Let's say today, the value of exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50. After 1 year, it will become $1 is equal to 60 rupees, which means imagine you are importing $1 worth of the good. Today, you will pay how many rupees for it? You will pay 50 rupees. And after 1 year, how many rupees you will pay? You will pay 60 rupees. So imports will become very, very costlier. What about exports? Right, same idea. We have discussed this yesterday. Imagine you want to export this pen and you want to earn 100 rupee including your profit. Today, what is the price tag you will put on the pen? Today, exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Start participating now. Today, you want to export this particular pen and you want to earn 100 rupees and the exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50 rupees. What is the price tag you'll put on the pen? You'll basically export it at $2. Agreed? You'll export it at $2. Now, whenever there is a depreciation of rupee, let's say $1 is equal to 60 rupees, you want to earn same 100 rupee. So what is the price tag you'll put on the pen? You'll basically start exporting this at $1.67. Done? You'll start exporting this at $1.67. Now, what has happened to your exports here? Haven't they become comparatively cheaper compared to, let's say, exports from China, exports from, let's say, Bangladesh, etc.? Have they become cheaper now? Of course, yes. So what will happen to competitiveness? The competitiveness of the exports will start increasing. The competitiveness of the exports will start increasing. So this is a basic idea. When rupee depreciates, it is going to have an impact on the imports. It will become costlier. When rupee appreciates, imports will become cheaper. And when rupee appreciates, exports competitiveness will come down. And when rupee depreciates, export competitiveness will increase. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what will happen if $1 is equal to 1 rupee? I generally get this question. So far, I have not got it from your class, but I'll get it somewhere in the middle, somewhere at the end, etc. Now, look at the table and you let me know. When I say $1 is equal to 1 rupee, can I simply say presently, compared to the current situation, rupee has appreciated? Any issues? Let me know. Today, it could be, let's say, $1 is equal to 70 rupees. $1 is equal to 79 rupees, 75 rupees, whatever the number is. You will ask me a question, sir, what will happen if $1 is equal to 1 rupee? Can I simply say that what you're asking me is, sir, what will happen if rupee appreciates? Is it okay? Is the logic okay? You are asking me, sir, what will happen if rupee appreciates? You tell me, if rupee appreciates, what will happen? You have already discussed this. If rupee appreciates, what will happen? Imports will become very cheap. Export competitiveness will come down. Because right now, have a look at this. Imagine this pen is manufactured in USA. It is manufactured in India also. Why will the USA purchase your pen? Let me know. Why will the USA importer import a pen from you? Because it is cheaper. Now you are asking me, sir, what will happen if $1 is equal to 1 rupee? Is your pen cheaper now? Absolutely no. Your pen is not cheaper. It is very, very costlier. It has become costlier. So export competitiveness will automatically come down. Done? Right. So this is the impact of appreciation, depreciation on imports and exports. A simple question to you people. Have a look at this. Simple question to you people. Can we allow continuous appreciation of rupee? Look at the table and let me know. Can we allow uncontrolled continuous appreciation of rupee? You should not do that. And I hope you understand. We should never allow it. Why? India is a net importing country. I hope you understand. India is a net importing country. Net importing means what? Simple idea here. We are importing goods and services, and we are also exporting goods and services. But if you find the difference between the value of import and export, value of import is greater than value of export. Simple. Value of imports is greater than value of exports. Now look at the situation and let me know, if you allow the rupee to continuously appreciate without any control, it is appreciating. RBI says I can't do anything because we are using market determined exchange rate, floating exchange rate, etc., etc. Don't you think it will have a larger impact on Indian economy? It will have a huge impact on the Indian economy. Point number one. Point number two, in that case, can we allow continuous depreciation of rupee then? Can we simply allow continuous depreciation of rupee then? No, that will also not be possible. Why? Again, the problem is, in case of depreciation, some of you look at the second part and say, sir, our export competitiveness will increase, so let's depreciate. Let's allow the depreciation of rupee. But on the other hand, what will happen to imports? For example, you are importing automobile components from China. You are importing crude oil. You are importing fertilizer. You tell me what will happen to the value of imports. Value of imports will start increasing. Can it cause imported inflation in India? Can it lead to imported inflation in India? Of course, yes. It can add to imported inflation. So that is the reason, please remember this. That's the reason Reserve Bank of India will not decide exchange rate. But whenever there is a continuous appreciation or continuous depreciation of rupee, RBI will mediate in the market. RBI will intervene in the market, try to stabilize the exchange rate. Remember the term, stabilize the exchange rate. Do not use the term RBI will fix exchange rate. No, please do not use that RBI fixes exchange rate. Because if you say RBI will fix the exchange rate, then automatically what does it mean? It means we are following a fixed exchange rate. But are we following a fixed exchange rate? No, it is a managed floating exchange rate. Now question is, sir, how does RBI intervene? What does RBI do? Right? What is the role of the RBI here? Let's assume continuously there is a depreciation of rupee. Let's assume uncontrolled depreciation is happening. Now, I hope you remember this. When do we observe an uncontrolled depreciation of rupee? Whenever rupee supply in the forex market will go up and dollar demand in the forex market will go up. Any problem with this? I hope you understand. I'm explaining the same thing. Right? Some of you are asking, what does RBI do? I'm explaining the same thing. Have a look at this. Right? RBI will stabilize. How? What is the context? Let's look at it. Imagine continuously rupee is depreciating. Now you'll ask me, sir, why is the rupee depreciating? I'll say it is because supply of rupees in the market has increased and the demand for dollars has increased. Now you will ask me, sir, why are they supplying rupees? Why are they demanding dollars? Let me give you a very simple example. Imagine there is a recession in the global market. Right? There is a recession in the global market. You are a foreign investor who has invested in Indian market. Now you tell me, when there is a recession happening, there is a fear of recession, will you stay in India or will you move back or will you move out of India? I hope you understand this, right? And that is happening right now. That's the reason I'm taking this example. I hope you understand this. There is a concern of recession that could happen. There is no guarantee. There could be recession. You're a foreign investor who has invested in India. Would you want to stay in India? Of course, no. Right? Because there is a concern here. You want to move to the countries where there is more safety. Move to the countries which are much more independent on the international trade compared to India. For example, USA. So what you will do? You will sell your securities in the market, take the rupees. Can you take out the rupees from India? Even if you want to take out the rupees, what is the use of rupees in USA? So what you will do? You will go to the forex market, sell rupees, purchase the dollars and take out the dollars. So what has happened? Demand for the dollars has increased, supply of the rupee has increased. So rupees are being exchanged with the dollars. There's a continuous outflow of dollars from the domestic market. Now, what is the role of the RBI? What is the role of the RBI here? Now, have a look at this. If rupee supply in the market is continuously increasing, think of it carefully. I'll ask a question now. If rupee supply in the market is continuously increasing, rupee value is going down, what do you expect RBI to do? RBI, should it purchase the rupees so that the supply will come down, or should RBI also sell rupees in the market? Think of it. Apply basic idea. Right? The supply of rupees is already very high. Should RBI purchase the rupees or sell more rupees in the market? Right? Does it not make sense for RBI to purchase the rupees from the market? RBI should reduce the rupees supply in the market. So what does RBI do? Simple. It's a forex market, by the way. It's a foreign exchange market. So what does RBI do? RBI will start selling dollars. RBI will start selling dollars, and it's an exchange rate. It's an exchange rate. So for every dollar they have sold, they will take out rupees from the system. Any problem with this? They'll basically purchase the rupees and start selling the dollars. Now, right, don't you think the supply of rupees in the market will go down? And when the supply of rupees will go down, what will happen to exchange rate? Exchange rate will start stabilizing. Any problem with this? Let me know. Any problem with this system system followed by RBI? RBI says it's an exchange rate. So I have dollars. So from where does RBI find dollars? RBI has a forex reserves. I hope you remember this. RBI has forex reserves. RBI has a lot of forex reserves. Now have a look at this. When RBI has a lot of forex reserves, RBI use the dollars from the forex reserve, sell dollars, purchase rupees. So thereby reducing the supply of rupees, thereby stabilizing the exchange rate. This is when rupees are depreciating. Now can RBI allow continuous appreciation of rupee? That is also not good for Indian economy. What does RBI do? Exactly opposite. What does RBI do? Exactly opposite. Have a look at this. If rupee is continuously appreciating, it simply means dollars are being exchanged. That is, dollars are being sold. Dollars are coming right in higher quantity in India. Dollars are being sold. Rupee is being purchased. So supply of dollar is increasing. Dollar is depreciating. Dollar is depreciating. Demand for rupee is increasing. Value of rupee is appreciating. Done. Now what will happen? What does RBI do? Exactly opposite. In the market, dollar supply is very high. Dollar supply is very high, and rupee demand is very high. In the market, dollar supply is very high and rupee demand is also very high. What does RBI do? RBI will start selling dollars and in return will start taking out rupees. I hope you understand. RBI will start RBI will start basically purchasing dollars because supply is very high and supplying more and more rupees in the market. Thereby again ensuring the supply of dollars will come down, stabilization of the exchange rate. This is how, I hope you understand, right? This is how whenever continuously rupee is appreciating or depreciating, RBI will intervene in the market. RBI will intervene in the market and try to stabilize the exchange rate. But please understand, RBI doesn't fix exchange rate. Sir, what do you mean by this? RBI or Government of India has not decided $1 is equal to 60 rupees. And whenever rupee depreciates, let's say to $1 is equal to 70 rupees, we will not drag it back to $1 is equal to 60. Absolutely no. We do not have a fixed exchange rate. RBI simply stabilizes. That's it. RBI doesn't drag it back to a particular number. It doesn't do that. If they do that, then it simply means RBI is following a fixed exchange rate mechanism. Done? Right? This is basically the methodology that is used by Reserve Bank of India to stabilize the exchange rate. Now, there is a concern here. There is definitely a concern. One, we say that we follow a floating exchange rate. Right? On the face of it, we say we follow a floating exchange rate. But don't you think RBI is intervening in the market here? Is it a pure floating exchange rate? Of course, no. RBI keeps on intervening in the market, stabilizes the exchange rate. That is the reason the methodology that we follow, that is a managed floating rate, the IMF will also refer to this as a dirty float. Remember the term. IMF will also refer to this as a dirty float. Dirty float means we are not allowing only market forces to determine exchange rate. Right? That is basically we are intervening. That is Reserve Bank of India, right, enters into the forex market, tries to stabilize the exchange rate. Point number two, whenever you are seeing the rupee is continuously appreciating, I said RBI will intervene, will purchase the dollars, and right, have a look at this, will basically sell rupees because it's an exchange rate. Purchase the dollars and sell rupees. Now the concern is that rupee supply will increase. I hope you understand. The concern is that rupee supply will increase. And when the rupee supply increases in the market, can it cause inflation in the market? There is a concern. I hope you understand. In the second case, whenever RBI is trying to control the appreciation of rupee, what does RBI do? RBI will purchase the dollars and sell rupees. So rupee supply in the market is increasing. Is there a danger of inflation? Of course, yes. There is a concern that the liquidity in the banking sector might increase because of this. Now, what does RBI do? What does RBI do? Have a look at this. What does RBI do here? On one side, RBI will increase money supply, that is, let's say, rupee supply in the market. Agreed? Anybody has a problem? Let me know. In the second situation, RBI will increase rupee supply in the market. So now there is a concern that it could cause inflation. Now what does RBI do? RBI basically will start issuing a lot of bonds in the market. On the other side, lot of bonds will be issued in the market. Now you tell me, on one side RBI is increasing rupee supply, and on the other hand, right, on the other hand, RBI will issue bonds in the market. What will happen to money supply? Can I simply say when bonds are issued, money supply will automatically come down. When bonds are issued, money supply automatically will come down. Right? So that is a basic idea. So on one side, the money supply increases. On the other side, bonds are used to reduce the money supply, thereby controlling the amount of money supply. This methodology is called as sterilization. Remember this. This methodology used by RBI is referred to as a sterilization. Sterilization simply means we are controlling what could be the impact of the money supply on inflation. Right? So this methodology is referred to as a sterilization methodology. Done? Any doubts here? Let me know right now. Why continuous appreciation is not good? Look at the table. Please look at the table. Yesterday also we have discussed in the morning. Right now, 20 minutes ago we have discussed. If there's a continuous appreciation of Indian rupee, what will happen to imports? Imports will become cheaper. You want the imports to become cheaper. Now, what will happen if the imports become cheaper? You tell me what will happen. India is already an import-dependent country. India is already an import-dependent country. If imports become more cheaper, don't you think imports will flow more and more? And what will happen to the exports? The export competitiveness will go down. Okay. Now, sterilization, again, I'll repeat it. In the second situation, right, follow the discussion carefully. In the second scenario, right, the second situation, what is happening? You tell me. What is happening? The rupee is continuously appreciating because the dollars are coming into India. How does RBI stabilize exchange rate? RBI will purchase the dollars and give rupees. Now, rupee supply in the market will increase. Because of this, rupee supply in the market increases. And higher money of rupee or higher supply of rupee in the market, can it cause inflation? Of course, yes. So what does RBI do? On the other hand, RBI will basically supply more dollars. Sorry, RBI will basically sell more bonds, not dollars. RBI will basically sell more bonds. Now you tell me, if I'm RBI governor, you have money, that is, let's say you're a bank, I will sell a bond to you. What will happen to liquidity in the banking sector? Let me know what will happen to the liquidity in the banking sector. Don't you think liquidity automatically will come down? So on one side, the liquidity is increasing, and on the other side, liquidity is being reduced. Right? So the problem of this higher liquidity or higher rupee supply causing inflation will be addressed here. This is called as sterilization. Okay. Now, next point. Factors influencing the exchange rate. What are the factors which will affect exchange rate? First one, interest rates. I'll discuss a current affairs topic here. Follow the discussion carefully. First one is interest rates. A country which is offering a higher interest rate will attract foreign investors, thereby leading to a rise in the value of domestic currency. So what do you mean by this? I will introduce a current affairs topic here. Follow this carefully. There is a process called as federal tapering. Follow this now. There is a process called as federal tapering. Point number one. Whenever you come across the federal like this, it refers to Federal Reserve. What is the Federal Reserve? It is the central banker of USA. Just like we have RBI in India, there is a central banker in USA, that is Federal Reserve. Now, right, let me ask a very simple question. Imagine there is a slowdown or recession in the economy. Imagine there is a slowdown or recession in the economy. You tell me, what should the central bank do? Either it is RBI or it is the British government's the central banker, or let's say even Federal Reserve. You tell me, there is a slowdown or recession in the economy. What do you think is the role of the Federal Reserve or even RBI? Is it okay if I say they have to ensure that money supply will increase? They will have to ensure that money supply will increase, interest rates will come down. Any difficulty in this? They will have to ensure that money supply in the economy will increase and rate of interest in the economy will go down. Why? There is a slowdown or recession. Now, either during 2008 and 9, or let's say even during in the last 2 years because of the pandemic, all of you will agree there was a slowdown in the US market. Let me know. There was a slowdown, just like in India's market, there was a slowdown in the US market. Now, what did the Federal Reserve do there? The Federal Reserve reduced the interest rates. Simple. They reduced interest rates. The interest rate or the policy rate in USA is called as federal funds rate. Is it okay? Let me know. Right, I'm going point by point here. In case of India, what is the policy rate? It is repo rate. But in case of USA, there is an interest rate that is called as a federal funds rate. Who will determine the federal funds rate? It is the Federal Reserve which will determine the federal funds rate. Now, what they have done is, they have reduced the federal funds rate. They reduced the federal funds rate. I'll start using the short form FFR. right? They reduce the FFR. Now, once they reduce the FFR, you tell me what will happen to the money supply. The interest rate was reduced, and as a result of this, money supply increased. And in addition to this, what generally the Federal Reserve also does is, they will start repurchasing lot of government securities. They will start repurchasing lot of government securities. So when they will repurchase government securities, again the money supply in the economy will increase. So when, have a look at this, right? When the money supply in the market will increase, automatically the loans will become cheaper. Companies can issue bonds at lower interest rate, borrow more and more money, etc., etc. All of this will happen. Now, when all of this will happen, there is a recovery in the economy. All of you agree? There is a recovery in the economy. Recovery means what? The GDP will start expanding again. GDP growth rate will happen. Unemployment rate will start coming down. So there will be recovery observed in the economy. But now there is a concern. What is the concern? Recovery is taking place. Unemployment rate is going down. Don't you think there is a concern that money supply in the economy will be very high? Money supply will be very high now. And when the money supply is higher, GDP is growing at a very good pace, there is a danger of inflation. There is a danger of inflation because people are having jobs now. Money supply is very high. Interest rates are very low. The demand will suddenly increase. That could cause inflation in the market. Now tell me, if there is a recovery, money supply is very high, there is a danger of inflation, what should the Federal Reserve do now? What do you think the Federal Reserve should do? Should they continue to have the same federal funds rate? Should they continue to purchase the same number of government securities? Absolutely no. They should not do that. What they will do is they will start controlling, reducing the money supply in the economy. Right? They will simply reduce the money supply. Right? And this policy, right? I repeat, this policy of reducing money supply is called as a Fed tapering. Is it okay? This policy of the Federal Reserve to reduce money supply in the economy, it is called as a Fed tapering. Federal tapering, in short, Fed tapering. Right? I hope you understand this. Now, how can they reduce the money supply? Start increasing federal funds rate. Start increasing federal funds rate. And if they are buying back government securities, reduce the volume. Reduce the volume. At one point of time, they would buy, let's say, $90 billion worth of bonds. Now they will reduce it to $20 billion. They will reduce it to $10 billion. So as a result of this, can I simply say, one, interest rates in the market will start going up and money supply will start reducing. I hope you understand this. Interest rates in the market will go up and money supply in the market will go down. And when the money supply will go down, interest rate goes up. Is there a danger of inflation? Let me know. Is there a danger of inflation because of higher liquidity? No, there is no danger of inflation. Now, this policy is called as a Fed tapering. Now, some of you will ask me, sir, why should I read it? Very good question, by the way. Agreed, right? This is what is Fed tapering, but why should I read it? Answer is, whenever Fed tapering is done in USA, it will have an impact in India. Right? I hope you understand. Whenever Fed tapering is done in USA, it will have an impact on India. How? Imagine you are an investor. You have invested in the Indian market. Now you are looking at the American market. Interest rates in America are rising up. Interest rates in America, it is increasing. You tell me, you want to invest in the Indian market or American market now? I hope you understand and read the newspapers. This is actually happening. Read newspapers. You are an investor. Let's say foreign investor. You have invested in the Indian market. You are looking at the American market, and the American market, the rate of interest are increasing. And you tell me between American market and Indian market, which market is much more stable? Again, don't become right nationalist here. Simple question. Between American market, or let's say even American government and Indian government, which government's size in terms of expenditure, in terms of borrowing limit, in terms of a credit rating, which market is much better? American market. I hope you understand. American market, you may disagree with me, but this is a fact. It is the American market. Right now, you will look at this as a foreign investor. Now, you tell me, what will you do? Will you stay in India? Of course, no. What you will do is, you will take your investments, move out of India. You will simply move out of India, let's say to USA. But in the process, what is happening? In the process, what is happening? You have invested, let's say, in the stock market. You will sell the shares of the companies. You will take the rupees. You will sell the rupees, purchase the dollars, and go out of India. Right? Can I now say that because of this activity, rupee supply increases, leads to depreciation of rupee? Let me know. Right? Rupee supply increases and it will lead to depreciation of rupee. Right? Now, can we allow continuous depreciation of rupee? I hope you understand. Can we allow continuous depreciation of rupee? No. RBI has to take the forex reserves, go to the forex market, sell the dollars, start purchasing the rupees. Right? That is again the role of Reserve Bank of India. Done. So this is the impact of Fed tapering. But all I'm trying to explain is simply this. In which country the Fed tapering was done? USA. That is a hike in the interest rate. And as a result of this, which currency appreciated? I hope you understand now. Right? In which country the Fed tapering was done? It was done in USA. Which currency appreciated? The American dollar appreciated. Indian rupee depreciated. Right? So I hope you understand this. Right? One factor is interest rates. Right? One factor is interest rates. Any country which offers a higher interest rates, there is an inflow of the currencies. So why is the currency flowing in? Because they want to earn higher interest rates. Don't you want to earn higher interest rates? Let me know. Don't you want to earn higher interest rates? Of course, yes. So if you're a foreign investor, you will run to a country where interest rates are better. So obviously, you will enter into those countries, as a result of which domestic currency's value will start increasing. Okay, so that is the first one, interest rates. Second one, incomes. Second factor that will contribute to exchange rate, or that will have an influence over the exchange rate, is the income. Now imagine a situation, all of us start earning more and more income. Let's start. All of us will start earning more and more income. Now when you start earning more and more income, you tell me what will happen to the demand for goods and services. What will happen to the demand for goods and services? The demand for goods and services will increase. Agreed. The demand for goods and services will increase. Now, when the demand for goods and services will increase, do you think all the goods and services are manufactured only in India? Whatever you purchase, whatever I purchase, all of them are produced in India. No, lot of them are imported. Lot of them are imported into India. Now tell me, if the incomes keeps on increasing, don't you think the imports will increase? It's a simple connection. If income keeps on increasing, will the imports increase or not? Now when the imports will increase, you will have to pay in dollars. You'll have to pay in dollars. Now can I simply say that with the rise in the more and more imports, dollar outflow will increase, which means I'm selling more and more rupees and I'm purchasing more and more dollars. So will it not have an influence over the exchange rate here? Will it not have an influence over the exchange rate? Of course, the answer is yes. Okay. Third one, inflation. Let me explain this. Follow this carefully. Third one is inflation. What is this inflation? It is generally observed in countries, and as a result of this, will have an influence over the exchange rate. How? Let me explain this. Follow the explanation carefully. Follow the explanation first. Now, let's say here is country 1 and country 2. Imagine you're manufacturing this pen. The cost of the manufacturing is, right, again, let's say selling price, including profit, is 100 rupees. You are able to export this to country 2 because, right, this is very competitive. Is it okay? This is very competitive. It is cheaper in country 2. You are able to export it. Now, imagine because of the inflation, the price of the pen goes up from 100 to 110. Price of the pen goes up from 100 to 110. Possible. I hope you understand. Inflation will lead to higher market prices. Now you tell me, have a look at this. You tell me what will happen to competitiveness. Right? Don't you think the competitiveness will come down for this product? Rather than exporting, can this also happen? Think of it. Rather than exporting, now your pen could become very costly compared to another country. Let's say there is one more country, C3, which is able to manufacture a similar pen at 105. Do you think your exports will go up? No, rather you might end up importing this product. Any problem in understanding this? Let me know. A country which experiences a higher rate of inflation, automatically the currency, the value of the currency in the country will fall down. Purchasing power will fall down. The production or the prices of the goods in the domestic market will increase. Will it not have an impact on the exports and imports? Yes. Rather than exporting, you might end up importing into the country. Your exports competitiveness will come down, imports will start increasing. Now, is it okay if I connect it like this now? A country which experiences a very high rate of inflation, the domestic currency may start depreciating. I'll repeat it. A country, look at the example and let me know. A country which experiences a very high rate of inflation, the domestic currency will start or may experience a depreciation because the imports will start flowing more and more. They are becoming more cheaper in the domestic market, and as a result of this, right, the domestic currency will start depreciating. That is basically the impact of inflation in the domestic currency or domestic exchange rate. Next, higher debt of the government. Higher debt of the government. Now you tell me, if the public debt is very high, we have discussed all of this. If the public debt is very high, what will happen to inflation? Think of this and answer. We have discussed all of this. If the public debt is very high, what will happen to inflation? Will the inflation be lower or will the inflation be higher? Will it stoke inflation? Yes. It will start stoking inflation. It will contribute to inflation. Sir, where have you discussed this? Until now, you have never discussed this. Please open the chapter or the PPT of inflation. Please open the PPT of inflation. You will see on the one side of the explanation I've written causes of inflation. Government borrowings is one of them. So is it okay if I say public debt, higher the public debt, inflation will be caused? And if there is inflation in a country, will it have an influence over the exchange rate? Just now we have discussed this. If the debt is very high, will it cause inflation? Yes. If the inflation is caused, will it have an influence over the exchange rate? Again, the answer is yes. Right? So even higher debt of the government can contribute to the exchange rate or influence over the exchange rate. Next, current account deficit. I will not discuss this right now. Why? First, you need to understand what is current account deficit. And trust me, after this, we are going to cover balance of payment. Once I explain to you the concept of balance of payment, automatically you will understand with the rise in the current account deficit, what will happen to the exchange rate. Have patience. I've written it here. I'll explain it. Have patience. Next, imports and exports. Next factor which affects the exchange rate, imports and exports. Is it self-explanatory? With the rise in the imports, will the domestic exchange rate be influenced? With the rise in the exports, will the domestic exchange rate be influenced? Right? Is it self-explanatory? Can I go to the next one? Because just now we have discussed imports will increase means exchange rate will be affected because I'm converting rupee to dollar. Okay. Speculation. What is this idea of a speculation? Let me define speculation first. Speculation means it is a expected movement of a behavior in the market. First and foremost, what do you mean by speculation? You are expecting certain movement in the market. You are expecting market to behave in certain way. That is basically the idea of a speculation. Now look at this and let me know. If you have been reading the newspaper, if you are reading the newspapers, you tell me in the coming days, are we not expecting more and more outflow of dollars from India? I hope you understand this. Let me know, right? If you're reading newspapers, you should be able to answer this. Are we not expecting more and more outflow of dollars from India? Yes, we are expecting that. Can I say this is nothing but speculation? I hope you understand. Can I say I'm doing nothing but I'm speculating how the market is going to behave? Now, some of you are asking, sir, how do you say we should expect outflow of dollars from India? Because there is a concern over what will happen in the USA market. There is a concern over what will happen in the European market. There is a concern over Russia-Ukraine war, uncertainty over the war. So when there is so much of uncertainty in the global market, foreign investors will not run into India, they will run out of India. I'm using the term run. Do not literally imagine they will come running, right, like this. Don't imagine that. They will either bring dollars or take out the dollars. But because of, let's say, Fed tapering happening, Federal Reserve has increased interest rates, uncertainty in the whether there is going to be a recession or not, right? Because of the banking crisis that is happening in various countries like this, do you think foreign investors will feel safe by investing in foreign market or in the domestic market? They'll feel much more safer when they invest in a stable market in their domestic market. So we are speculating based on the observation. We are simply speculating that in the coming days there could be outflow of the currencies from the domestic market. Now imagine, follow this carefully. Imagine you have to pay $1 because you have borrowed. You have borrowed, you are supposed to pay $1 back. And right, have a look at this. Today exchange rate is $1 is equal to 60 rupees. Last week it was $1 is equal to 50 rupees. You will have to repay the dollar next month. Think of this carefully and answer to me. You will have to repay the dollar next month. And you have observed that in the last 1 month, rupee has depreciated. A simple question to you people. Will you wait for 1 month to convert your rupees into dollar, or you will basically convert it today, repay it now? I'll repeat my statement, right? I'll repeat my statement. Have a look at this. What is the situation? What is the situation? Understand it. You have borrowed $1. You're supposed to repay that $1. But that repayment will come next month. But what you have seen is, right now, rupee has depreciated in the last 1 month. And you're concerned about what will happen in the banking sector in the foreign market. You're concerned there is a recession which is going to happen in the European market, etc., etc. So my question is, will you wait for 1 more month to convert your rupees into dollars, or you will get it converted today itself and repay the loan? You should convert it today itself. You should convert it today itself. Sir, why? I will wait for 1 more month. My dear, I'm saying there's a crisis which might happen in the future. Right? Don't you think there will be, right, a certain issue with foreign investors staying back in India? There will be certain issue with exchange rate in the coming months also. Foreign investors are nervous. Foreign investors are nervous. Can I give you a current affairs example? How many of you are being reading the newspaper? What is happening in the mutual fund market? I hope you understand. How many of you are reading what is happening in the mutual fund market? Right? Do you think mutual fund market is stable now? No, they are running helter-skelter. Why? Thanks to the one of the taxation provisions that has been withdrawn by Government of India. Right? Thanks to that provision, now don't you think there's a fear among investors? Even foreign investors are considering, right, whether should I invest now, should I invest later, etc., etc. So again, argument is simple here. You have seen the past. There is a movement which is going to happen against your interest. So what you will do? You will convert the rupees to dollar today itself. But now tell me, because of this speculation, I hope you understand, because of this speculation, is it not affecting exchange rate today? Let me know. I'll repeat the statement. Because of the speculation, is it not affecting the exchange rate today? Because rather than converting rupee to dollar after 1 month, today itself you are converting. So you are selling more rupees, purchasing dollars. Will it have an impact on exchange rate? Answer is yes. Government stability, policies of the government, and performance of the economy. Let me give you current affairs example. You have $1 billion. Imagine you are an investor, you have $1 billion. How many of you will take your $1 billion, invest in Sri Lanka now? Let me know. How many of you will take your $1 billion, go to, right, let's say Pakistan, invest in the Pakistan market? Anybody here? Anybody who says, yes, sir, I'm interested in investing in these two countries? Again, the logic is not they are opposed to India, etc. Logic is their economy stable? Is there, right, is there stability in their economic policies? Of course, no. Why would you want to take a risk by investing there? So government stability, policies, performance of the economy will also have an influence over how much investment is coming in, how much investment is going out. If investment is coming in, going out, it will have an influence over the exchange rate. I hope you understand this, right? So these are some of the very important factors. These are some of the very important factors which will have an influence over the exchange rate. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. Will RBI's monetary policy have an impact on exchange rate? Let me see. Will RBI's monetary policy, start answering. Will RBI's monetary policy have an impact on the exchange rate? I have not written monetary policy anywhere. But let me ask you people, because some of you will simply say, sir, you did not write it in the slide. Of course, yes. You should not have any kind of a doubt here. Of course, yes. Some of you are saying, no, why? I don't know. After all of this, the first factor that we discussed was interest rate. I hope you understand. The first factor that we discussed was interest rates. Now, don't you think repo rate will influence interest rates in India? Think of it. Don't you think the repo rate will have an influence over interest rates in India? Of course, yes. It will have an influence. So when the repo rate is going to influence interest rate, that will influence exchange rate. RBI's monetary policy will affect exchange rate. Okay, so please do not be confused because, sir, you have not written specifically or explicitly monetary policy. I said you are wrong. Right? Nothing of that sort. Okay. Now, this is a discussion regarding the concept of exchange rate, right? What is this exchange rate? Why exchange rate will move? I've skipped one factor. I know that. I've skipped the factor of current account deficit. We'll discuss that. Have patience. We'll discuss it. Okay. And next concept, nominal and real exchange rate. How interest rates will affect? My dear, you're a foreign investor. You want to invest in a country where you will get lower interest rate or higher interest rate. It's a very basic idea. We have been discussing the idea of interest rates multiple points now. You're a foreign investor. You want to invest in a country where you have lower interest rate or higher interest rate. One reason. You want to invest in a country where stability is not there with the policies or government is very, very strong. You decide. So between Indian government and American government, right, who do you think is more credible in terms of borrowing in the market? Think of this and answer. Again, do not think like a nationalist. Think of it and answer. Between Indian government and the US government, who do you think has more credibility in the market to take more risk, to borrow more, etc.? It is the American government. It is American government. Look at their budget. Look at their budget. Look at their borrowings. Look at their credit rating. Automatically you will realize. So despite all the things that you can say in the context of India, I'm not saying India is bad. I hope you understand. I'm not saying India is bad. I'm simply saying America's credibility is much better in terms of that. And America prints dollars. I hope you understand. America prints dollars. So you are an investor in America. They are increasing the interest rate. Will you not move your investments from India to America? That is what they will do. If you disagree, then you're basically thinking wrong. Why? Look at the newspaper, you'll automatically understand. I hope you understand. Look at the newspaper, automatically you'll understand. In the last couple of months, what is happening to foreign portfolio investors? Do you think they're running into India? There is net outflow for foreign investments. Net outflow means, right, the outflow is much higher than inflow of the foreign investments. Okay, done. Third point. What is the third point? 1, 2, 3. Inflation. Right. I said, imagine you manufactured this pen. You manufactured this pen. You're in country 1. You are able to export it because it is cheaper. It is competitive. Now, because of inflation, the price of the pen goes up to 110. How many of you think that despite inflation, your competitiveness will increase in country 1? Think of it. Because of inflation, the price of the pen has become 110. How many of you believe that the competitiveness has increased? Of course, no. Your competitiveness has come down. So when the competitiveness has come down, will your exports increase? No, your exports automatically will be affected. Now, it could happen in such a way, inflation could happen in such a way that your product will cost 110 in country 1, whereas a similar manufactured pen in country 3 will now cost 105. Now, rather than exporting, will you end up importing? Rather than exporting, will you not end up importing? Now, if you import it, will you pay in rupees? You will pay in dollars. So, rupee supply increases, dollar purchasing will increase. Right? That will have an impact on the exchange rate. Okay. Now, let's continue. Nominal and real exchange rate. Nominal and real exchange rate. Right? What is this nominal exchange rate? We have been discussing the idea of a nominal exchange rate so far only. Right? What is the nominal exchange rate? Nominal exchange rate, it is how many units of a domestic currency are required to purchase 1 unit of foreign currency. For example, open up the newspaper today. You will see that, let's say $1 is equal to, let's say 78 rupees. Hypothetical number. You will read in the newspaper, $1 is equal to 78 rupees. This is nothing but nominal exchange rate. That is, you are representing the domestic currency against a foreign currency. Is it okay? Nominal exchange rate. What you are doing? You are comparing the value of the domestic currency against a foreign currency. Right? That is nominal exchange rate. Now, what about the real exchange rate? What about the real exchange rate? Let me start with a very simple example. Follow the example, answer to my question. Imagine, understand this carefully. Imagine you will pay a certain amount of money to purchase one of this pen in USA. I'll repeat. I'll ask a question, I'll repeat it. Imagine you will pay a certain amount of money to purchase this one pen in USA. Point number 2, with the same amount of money, you can purchase 2 pens in India. Now tell me, is the pen in USA cheaper or the pen in India cheaper? Is it okay? I hope you understand this. I'll repeat it again, right? Look at it and answer. It is easy. Once you understand, it becomes very easy. You will pay certain amount of money in USA to purchase one pen. With the same amount of money, you can purchase a 2 pens in India. Can I say now? Most of you have answered. I'm happy with that. Can I say that the pen which is manufactured in India is cheaper? Now, at point number 3, because the pen in India is cheaper, can we export this pen to USA? Is it okay? Can we export this pen more and more to USA? Right? Now look at this. This exchange that I spoke just now, that is, right, one pen in USA, let's say you will pay $1 to purchase it. With the same dollar, you can purchase 2 pens in India. Now, based on this, can I write a third equation here? One pen in USA is equal to 2 pens in India. Let me know. Basic high school mathematics. I'm using basic high school mathematics. Right? A plus B is equal to C. D plus E is equal to C. Then we'll simply say A plus B is equal to D plus E. Basic high school mathematics. One pen in USA is equal to 2 pens in India. Now, what is the logic here? We are not comparing currencies. Have a look at this. Am I comparing currency in this equation? Am I comparing currency here? No, I'm not comparing currency. What am I comparing? I'm comparing the trade competitiveness. I'm comparing trade competitiveness. Right? Is the logic okay? In case of real exchange rate, we are not comparing currencies of different countries. Know that we will do it in nominal exchange rate. But in real exchange rate, what we do is, we'll basically try to compare trade competitiveness. But how can you find out trade competitiveness? I will find out how much money I will pay for same goods in different countries. I hope you understand this, right? Same good in different countries. In USA, I'll pay $1 for this pen. But for the same dollar in India, I'll get 2 pens. Am I comparing basically the trade competitiveness here? Right? So this is the idea of a real exchange rate. In case of real exchange rate, we compare the trade competitiveness, and we basically compare how many goods in USA are equal to how many goods in India. Is it okay? How many goods in USA are equal to how many goods in India? And have a look at the next point here. If I basically conclude that 1 pen in USA is equal to 2 pens in India, I'll basically come to a conclusion pens in India are cheaper. So we will have more export competitiveness. Compared to USA. Is the logic okay here? Let me know if there is any issue with this. If there is any issue, please do let me know. Now, right, understand this very carefully. You are in USA. Imagine you are in USA. Right now, what is the real exchange rate? Right, I hope you understand. You're in USA. What is the real exchange rate? Real exchange rate here is 1 good in USA is equal to 2 goods in India. 1 good in USA is equal to 2 goods in India. And because these 2 goods are cheaper now, exports from India into USA will increase. Now, what if this real exchange rate increases? Again, imagine you're in USA. We'll look at from India also. Have patience. Imagine you're in USA. Right now, it was 1 good in USA is equal to 2 goods in USA. What if this real exchange rate further increases? Increases means, now what if 1 good in USA becomes is equal to 3 goods in India? You tell me what will happen to export competitiveness of USA goods? Question number 1. What will happen to export competitiveness of USA goods? With the rise in the real exchange rate, is the export... Arey Baba, right? Can you understand my question or not? I'm saying imagine you're in USA. I'm asking you, you are in USA. What will happen to export competitiveness of USA goods? Will export competitiveness of USA goods increase? How? It will decrease. You're not even looking at it. You're not even thinking now. One good in USA becomes is equal to 3 goods in India. More and more exports will come from USA. How? You tell me. You tell me. No, export competitiveness from USA will go down. What will happen to imports into USA? Right? I hope you understand. What will happen to imports in the USA? Can I simply say imports will increase? Can I say imports will increase? Of course, yes. Sir, you're talking in the context of USA, right? I don't want to understand USA. Tell me India. Let's say India, right? Let's say India. Now I'll compare between, let's say, India with another country X. And, right, imagine this. In India, you are paying, let's say, 100 rupees. You are able to purchase 1 pen. Done? You are able to purchase 1 pen. With the same 100 rupees, in the country X, you can purchase 2 pens. Same logic. You can purchase 2 pens. Now, can I write 1 good in India is equal to 2 goods in country X? And if this real exchange rate, this is real exchange rate, because in nominal exchange rate, we are comparing currency against currency. In real exchange rate, we are comparing goods or external competitiveness or trade competitiveness. With this amount of money, how much goods can I purchase in USA? How many goods in India? How many goods in Bangladesh? How many goods in Pakistan? Etc. etc. And some of you are asking, why will the prices change? Sir, why is that in USA it is, right, $1 is equal to 1 pen? Why in India $1 is equal to 2 pen? My dear, let me know. Will the cost of the labor change? Think of it. Will the cost of the labor change? Will the raw material price change? Right? That is basically, I'll round off everything into price level. Inflation. I hope you understand. Price levels. Will the price levels from one country to another country keep on changing or not? That is, whatever is the labor charge in USA, you will pay the same amount of labor wages in India. How many of you think it is correct? Let me know. Whatever, right, is the price for the labor in USA is the same wages paid in India? Of course, no. Of course, no. It should be different. From one country to another country, it will change. So rather than discussing all of them individually, can I simply say price levels from one country to another country will keep on changing? Is it okay? Price levels, inflation will keep on changing from one country to another country. Now, right, have a look at this. In this example, India, 1 pen, 100 rupee. Country X, same pen, in 100 rupee, you can purchase 2 goods. So what is the real exchange rate? 1 good in India is equal to 2 goods in the country X. Now, can I simply say export competitiveness of India is lower? Is it okay? Export competitiveness in India will be, from India will be lower, and imports will be higher. Imports will be higher. Let me change this again. What if real exchange rate increases? What if the real exchange rate increases? That is, 1 goods in India becomes 3 goods in the country X. What will happen to further export competitiveness in India? Right, further the competitiveness of exports from India will further go down because these are very costlier now. What will happen to imports? Imports are becoming much more cheaper, so we will import it. Is the logic okay with all of you? Right, so basically the idea is simple here. Nominal exchange rate, we are comparing currency with currency. Currency with currency. Right, but in the case of real exchange rate, we are worried about currencies. Of course, yes, we are worried about currencies. But in addition to that, we are more worried about what is the price level in USA, what is the price level in India, what is the price level in UK, etc. etc. That is the importance of real exchange rate. So the price levels will vary from one country to another country. It will consider the price levels, not just the exchange rate. Because in the nominal exchange rate, I'm comparing rupee versus dollar, rupee versus pound, etc. But in real exchange rate, no. We'll compare currencies plus price levels. Okay. It is the rate at which domestic goods can be exchanged with foreign goods. Real exchange rates are used to measure international trade competitiveness. If India's real exchange rate increases, trade competitiveness will come down. If USA's real exchange rate increases, their trade competitiveness will come down. Done. So what is the formula for calculation of real exchange rate? This is the formula. Real exchange rate is equal to price levels in the domestic market, price levels in the foreign market into nominal exchange rate, NER. Done. So this is basically the idea of a nominal exchange rate and real exchange rate. Right? This is very important. Please remember this. Why? I'll tell you. Most of the times, the students are under the impression that it is only the exchange rate that will influence a trade. I hope you understand. Right? Most of the times, basically, the students are under the impression that it is only the exchange rate that will influence trade. But no, it is not just the exchange rate. It is what is the price level in USA, what is the price level in India, what is the price level in UK, etc., 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 which will have a huge influence over the exchange rate. Okay, so this is the basic idea of a nominal and a real exchange rate. Now, show the calculations. It is not needed, but anyways, I'll show it, because if I don't show it, you will say faculty doesn't know it. Let me show it. Imagine, right? I'll just take a simple example. Have a look at this. Imagine, again, this is my advice to you. Most of you keep on running behind the calculations. UPSC will never ask them. You're simply wasting your time. I'll show it. I don't have any problem. I'll show it. But don't waste your time. Imagine $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Can I call this as a nominal exchange rate? Can I call this as a nominal exchange rate? Of course, yes. Let's say this pen in USA. This pen in USA will cost how much? Right, let's say $3. This pen in USA will cost $3. And this same pen in India will cost, let's say, 100 rupees. Right, substitute. Imagine you're in USA, because I want to make the calculation easier. So why USA? I hope you understand this. I want you to calculate from India. The calculation becomes difficult. That's the only reason. Now have a look at this. Right? Imagine you're in USA. How the real exchange rate will be calculated? RER is equal to, what is the price level in USA? 3. Right? That is, again, I'm saying, imagine you're in USA. What is the price level in the foreign market? 100. What is the nominal exchange rate? 50. Right? Nominal exchange rate is $1 is equal to 50. So calculate it. 3 into 50, 150 divided by 100. You will get the outcome. Real exchange rate is equal to 1.5. Now you tell me, what does RER 1.5, what does it mean? Right? It simply means that whatever you are able to pay, right? Whatever you are able to pay in USA and purchase the product. If you purchase one product in USA, with the same amount of money, you can purchase 1.5 products in India. I hope you understand. Right? You are able to pay certain amount of money, purchase one pen in USA. With the same amount of money, you are able to purchase 1.5 products in India. Do you think from USA exports will come to India? Do you think from USA exports will come to India? No. Right? Exports will rather not come to India. Right? Rather, Indian exports will go to USA. Now have a look at this. What if the real exchange rate further goes up to 2? Right now it is 1.5. What if it further goes up to 2? What does it indicate? USA's trade competitiveness further has gone down. I hope you understand. USA's trade competitiveness has further gone down and imports will further increase. That is what I've told you. That is the implication of real exchange rate. Right? This is how real exchange rates are actually utilized. Okay, sir. Is this similar to PPP? Remember this. Whenever the real exchange rate is equal to 1, I repeat, whenever real exchange rate is equal to 1, we simply say the currencies are at purchasing power parity. Whenever real exchange rate is equal to 1, the currencies are at purchasing power parity. Purchasing power parity. Right, so this is basically the idea of purchasing power parity. What do you mean by this? Imagine $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Imagine $1 is equal to 50 rupees. That is your exchange rate today. Nominal exchange rate. It simply means at this exchange rate, either you have $1 or 50 rupees, you can purchase the same set of goods and services in both the countries, that is India and USA. I'll repeat it again. Imagine $1 is equal to 50 rupees and I say real exchange rate is equal to 1. What is the meaning of it? It simply means currencies are at purchasing power parity. Meaning of that is, whenever you have $1 or is equal to 50 rupees, you can purchase the same set of goods and services or similar set of goods and services in both USA and India. So how is that possible? How can I get RER is equal to 1? Substitute in the formula. Again, don't by heart all these calculations, not at all relevant. For example, this pen. Let's take it. This pen in USA will cost you $2. This pen in USA will cost you $2 and in India will cost you 100 rupees. Now look at the exchange rate. Look at the exchange rate. Whether I have $2 or I have 100 rupees, will I be able to purchase same set of goods and services in India as well as USA? I'll repeat it. Whether I have $2 or 100 rupees, will I be able to purchase same set of goods and services in both India as well as USA? Right? This we simply say is a purchasing power parity. That is using the same, right? Let's say currencies, same in the sense the value should be same. 200 rupees. In this case, 200 rupees will be equal to $4. 100 rupees is equal to $2. 50 rupees is equal to $1. So using these currencies, you'll be able to purchase same set of goods and services in different countries, right? If that is that leads to RER is equal to 1, we'll simply say currencies are at purchasing power parity. Done. This is basically the idea of a nominal exchange rate, a real exchange rate. Now, what is the importance of this? What is the importance of measuring NER as well as RER? Have a look at this. Nominal exchange rate indicates the rate at which two currencies are exchanged, rupee versus a dollar. Right? A nominal exchange rate indicates at what rate you can convert rupee to dollar. But real exchange rate measures the trade competitiveness. That is, the domestic goods, right, or services for that matter. Domestic goods or services, how they can be, right, how they can be converted in terms of value in USA. Are they more competitive? Are they less competitive? Etc. etc. Okay. Right, so that is basically the importance or the significance of nominal exchange rate as well as real exchange rate. Now let me go to the next one. I hope you understand. Let me go to the next one. Very complicated. I will simplify this, but you will have to listen to me first. Stop typing, stop looking here and there. Listen to the lecture first. Because if you miss one point here, you will find it very difficult. And you can search hundreds of books which are prescribed for GS paper. You will not get these concepts. I hope you understand. Focus. Okay, focus here. Let's start. Now, let's say I put rupee on one side. I'll compare that with another currency. Right? Let's take a simple example. I'll put rupee on one side. Right? And let's say in the year 2015 and 16, I'll say that hypothetically. Understand this? Hypothetically. 1 rupee on one side. Let's say it is equivalent to $2. Again, of course, it will not happen, but again, just understand the concept. That's important. 15 and 16. In 15 and 16, 1 rupee is equal to $2. But now let's say in 22 or 23, right, and 24, let's say hypothetically, 1 rupee has become equivalent to become equivalent to $3. Point number 1. Has the rupee appreciated or depreciated? Think of this and answer. Has a rupee appreciated or depreciated? Right? Think. Array, depreciated. How? How? Right, sir, rupee has depreciated. How, my dear? You tell me. Right, sir, earlier you wrote dollar versus rupee. I'm still in that methodology. Right, have a look at this. Right, has a rupee appreciated? Yes, rupee has appreciated. Rupee has appreciated, dollar has depreciated. Point number one. Point number one. Point number two. Right, have a look at this. Point number two. Rather than doing this kind of a calculation, can I simply say the dollar value has fallen down by 50%. Dollar value has fallen down by 50%. That is, there is a rise in the value or quantity, not value, volume. There is a rise in the volume of dollars, and right today the $3 is equal to 150% of $2. Any problem with this? Sir, why 150%? Open your mobile, write 3 divided by 2 and find out what is the percentage. 150%. Now, point number 3, follow this carefully. If I write 2015 and 16 value as 100, can I write 23, 24 value in terms of the dollar as 150? CSAT calculations. I'm not making it complicated. It is CSAT calculation. In 15 and 16, value of the dollar was 2. 23, 24, value of the dollar is 3. So, in 15 and 16, if I write it as 100, can I write the 23, 24 value as 150? Arey, my dear, sir, it is very difficult. I'm saying 1 rupee is equal to $2. It has changed to 1 rupee is equal to $3. Has rupee not depreciated? Has dollar not depreciated here? Of course, yes. Dollar is depreciated, right? And rupee has appreciated. And I said, imagine in 2015-16, this exchange rate, I wrote it to equal 100. It is equal to 100 units. And right, by 23 and 24, because it has become $1, 1 rupee is equal to $3, I will basically change this to 150. Right, sir, how it is equal to 150? $2 is equal to 100. $3 is equal to how much? Calculate and let me know. Right, this is right, this is to the level that we are discussing now. This is not needed actually. You should be very well with CSAT now. But again, I don't know, I don't understand. Anyways, 100 to 150. Now, point number 4, I'll ask you a question now. Point number 4, I'll ask you a question. 28 and 29. 28 and 29, this has become 200. This has become 200. Can I say rupee has appreciated more? I hope you understand. Right, by 28 to 29, this 100 has become 200. Can I simply say rupee has appreciated? Yes. Can I say dollar has depreciated? Again, the answer is yes. Done? Remember this. Now, if you ask me, sir, what are you doing? What is this calculation? This is basically index. This is basically the concept of index. That is, I'm taking whatever the value of a rupee was against a currency in 15 and 16, I'm taking it as a base. I'm taking it as 100 units. And later, whatever is the value of rupee against the dollar, as it keeps on changing, I am calculating it in the terms of index. And is it okay if I say, if the index keeps on increasing above 100, reaches to 150, reaches to 200, reaches to 300, over a period of time, rupee has appreciated and dollar has depreciated. Now, look at the next point and answer to this carefully. Answer to this question carefully. In 28 and 29, the index value was 200. In 29 and 30, the index value becomes 180. index value becomes 180. Now, is it okay between these 2 years? Between these 2 years, rupee has depreciated, dollar has appreciated. Is it okay? Between these 2 years, don't look at the complete idea. Look at only 28, 29, 29 and 30. Right? Because the index value has fallen down, I'll simply say rupee has depreciated, dollar has appreciated. Right? Remember this. Remember this. We will use it. Point number 2. Rupee, right? Dollar. Now, next point. How many of you think that? How many of you think that, sir, why the value of rupee is more? My dear, again, understand the logic. I gave it as a hypothetical example. I gave it as a hypothetical example, right? That's the reason. You do not understand the term hypothetical. Rupee, 1 rupee is equal to $0.2. This is what you expect. But what if I say $0.2 to $0.3? Right? You tell me even now, has rupee not appreciated? Has rupee not appreciated? Has dollar not depreciated? So rather than writing decimals, I've taken good numbers so that you understand it quickly. But again, anyways, so next point, important, all these are important. Then I'll introduce the concept of effective exchange rate. Now, next point is, right, have a look at this. Rupee will conduct a trade with USA. Rupee will conduct a trade with UK. Rupee will conduct a trade with Japan. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If $1 is equal to, let's say 6 yuan, or let's take Japanese currency 6 yen, and now $1 becomes is equal to 8 yen, right? This is USA currency and this is Japanese currency. Now, answer to my question, will this change in the exchange rate have an impact on trade between India and Japan or not? Let me know. Will this change whatever has happened to the currency? Don't worry. My question is simple. Will this change in the exchange rate? Will it have an influence over trade between India and Japan? Will it have an impact? Answer is yes, by the way. It should have an impact. Why? Right? Imagine your right, some of you are very much confused, right? Why? You should be concerned about it, my dear. I'll tell you why. Imagine you're sitting in Japan, you're importing something from India. Now, basically, I'll say, I'll pay you in dollars, right? You might simply say, sir, but I will receive a payment in dollars. But the payment in dollars, will you not convert into Japanese currency? I hope you understand. Will they not convert into Japanese currency? Of course, yes. So when the Japanese currency value will change with the in respect to dollar, of course, the trade between India and Japan will also be affected. I hope you understand, right? Of course, the trade between India and Japan will also be affected. Now, follow this carefully. Some of you are saying, sir, you're wrong. We will do the trade in dollars. Yes, you are right when you say, sir, we will make a payment and receive a payment in dollars. More than 90% of the trade in the international market is done through dollars. That's a point number 1. But imagine you're an exporter, you are paid in dollars. Will you keep on using dollars? Let me know. Will you keep on using dollars? Will you not convert the dollars into domestic currency? So whatever is the exchange rate between dollar and domestic currency, if it keeps on changing, will it not have an impact on trade that you're doing with other countries? Of course, yes, it will keep on affecting your trade. Now, what is the point I'm trying to make? Simple idea here. So far, we are comparing rupee versus dollar. So far, we are comparing rupee versus dollar. But is it a fair comparison? I hope you understand. Is it a fair comparison? No. Should you not consider yen? Should you not consider yuan? Should you not consider pound? And compare rupee against the basket of currencies rather than comparing with only one currency. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. Right? Because you are conducting trade with different countries, you should also consider their currencies in order to determine what is the value of your currency. Right? Remember this. Simply remember this. This is a second important point. Third very important point. Let me write a formula. Do not by heart it. Let me write a formula. One formula is pi n I is equal to 1 within the bracket E divided by EI weighted index. By the way, this is a formula for NIR. I'll come to the expansion of NIR, etc. Have patience. I will write one more formula. REER is equal to pi n I is equal to 1 within the bracket E upon EI, P upon PI and WI. Now, simple question to all of you. How many of you think UPSC will ask a question on this? Let me know. How many of you think UPSC will ask a question on this? Right? Anybody? Right? This is basically a calculus. It is basically an integration. Sir, it may ask. My dear, your concepts are misplaced then. Right? If you say, yes, sir, it has been asked. Right? It may ask. My dear, understand, you're writing GS paper. Right? You're writing GS paper. You're not writing a mathematics paper. Right? You don't know what kind of questions they are asking then. So answer is no. Why I'm writing this? Why I'm writing this? I will basically talk about concept of NIR and REER now. Discuss whatever we have discussed so far. I'll start applying it now. I will simply say if NIR increases, this is the impact. If REER increases or decreases, this is the impact. Assume it is correct and go forward. Is it okay? Assume it is correct and go forward. If you ask me, sir, prove it. How REER increases and what does it mean? Then I'll start taking this equation and start solving it. Then it will not become economics. It will become basically mathematics optional class. Right? So basically this is a formula. Don't worry. Don't worry about the formulas. That's the reason I've put a long cross like this. UPSC will not ask you this. Trust me, UPSC will not ask you this. Okay, now, what we have discussed so far? What we have discussed? One, nominal and real. And what is the basic idea between nominal and real? Nominal simply means we are comparing currency against currency. And real means we are comparing goods with goods or services with services. Next point. Okay, next point. The idea of the rupee versus a dollar exchange rate. And I said, imagine in 2015 and 16, if 1 rupee is equal to $2, I'll simply assume it as 100. And in 23-24, if 1 rupee becomes is equal to $3, it simply means rupee has appreciated. But rather than giving you this, what if I simply say index number is 150? What if I say compared to the base year, index number is 150? You will have to come to a conclusion. Rupee has appreciated, dollar has depreciated. Point number 3, will the rupee should be compared always only with the dollar? Should the rupee always be compared only with the dollar? No. We will have to compare rupee with multiple currencies. You should compare rupee with multiple currencies. That is basically the idea of nominal effective exchange rate. Come to the nominal effective exchange rate now. Most of you are writing, sir, long form of NEER, N-double-E-R. I've written it here. Have a look at it. Nominal effective exchange rate. This is the formula, by the way. This is the formula. You want to waste your lifetime? Spend it on this. This is the formula. Nominal effective exchange rate. What do we do? What do we do in the nominal effective exchange rate? On one side, I will keep rupee. And on the other side, I'll keep a basket of currencies. I'll compare rupees with basket of currencies. And basically remember this, it is an index. Both NEER and REER are indices. Indices means what? Do you remember CPI? What is CPI? CPI is an index. Do you remember WPI? What is WPI? WPI is an index. And if you remember CPI and WPI, what did we do? What did we do? We took a reference point and compared to that reference point, By how much percentage price levels have increased? We calculated that. Now apply the same logic here. In case of nominal effective exchange rate, nominal effective exchange rate, what we do is, rather than comparing rupee versus only dollar, we'll compare rupee with basket of currencies. With basket of currencies. And we will convert that in terms of index. For example, have a look at this. The base year for the calculation of both near and rear is 15 and 16. I think I've written it here. Just a second. Okay. Base year for both near and rear is 15 and 16. On one side, I'll put rupees, and on the other side, I'll put a basket of currencies. And I'll simply say in 2015 and 16, the value is 100 units. Let's say now 23 and 24. Let's say now 23 and 24, same rupee, the value has changed, but the index is now 120. You tell me, what does it mean? Index in the 23 and 24 now has become 120. What does it mean? Has the rupee value increased or decreased? Can I simply say rupee has appreciated? Let me know. Can I simply say rupee has appreciated against the basket of currencies? What if it falls from 120 this year to, let's say, 110 next year? So from this year to next year, rupee has depreciated. From this year to next year, rupee has depreciated. Right? This is how near index is actually used by Reserve Bank of India. RBI publishes both near and rear for every month. For every month, RBI publishes rear and near. And if the near index increases, it simply means rupee is getting appreciated, valued more. If near decreases, rupee is getting depreciated, right? Value is coming down. This is the meaning of the index nominal effective exchange rate. And this is a formula. If anybody wants to read the formula, use the formula. Use, right, let's say full day, calculate it and waste your time. But if you ask me for GS paper, is it required? No. Even at optional level, we don't recommend calculating it. I hope you understand. Even at optional level, right, that is basically the paper 1 in economics optionals. You simply say focus on the formula, move forward, by at the formula for optional paper. For GS paper, should you remember even the formulas? No, it is not required, but remember this. It is rupee versus basket of currencies. Point number 1. It is a rupee versus basket of currencies along with the trade weights. WI stands for trade weights. Trade weights. Sir, what is this idea of a trade weight? Let me give a very simple concept here. Imagine India is conducting trade with USA and another country X. I'll repeat it. Imagine India is conducting trade with USA and another country X. Let's say with another country, the currency is basically pound. With USA, the currency is what? Dollar. That is, here rupee versus a dollar is compared. Here rupee versus pound is compared. Now, next point within this, 90% of the trade that we are doing, it is with USA. 10% of the trade that we are doing, it is with country X. Now, have a look at this. Have a look at this and think of this and answer to me. Whenever the values will change, that is rupee, dollar and pound, values will change. You tell me, will the change in the rupee versus a dollar impact the trade more or less? Look at the example and let me know. 90% of the trade that we are conducting is with USA. 10% is with, right, another country. Now, is it okay if I say, if the value of rupee versus a dollar changes, then automatically the impact of that will be much more on the overall trade done by India compared to change in the value of rupee to pound, because only a small part of the trade, only a fraction of the trade, it is done in terms of, or it is done with one country where pound is used. That's the reason trade weights are also very important. right? So this is basically the concept of near index. But what you should remember? What you should remember? Simple. Rupee versus basket of currencies plus trade weights, and it is an index with the base year of 2015 and 16. If the index increases, it simply means rupee is appreciating against the basket. If the index falls, rupee is depreciating against the basket. Now, beyond this, there is one more factor, that is real effective exchange rate. Right? Apart from near, there is one more concept, that is REER, real effective exchange rate. Now, what is this real effective exchange rate here? Right? Next point, understand this carefully. Will the rupee versus a basket of currencies, right? Basket of currencies, can it give you what is the trade competitiveness of India? I will repeat it. Right? In the nominal effective exchange rate, NEER, in the nominal effective exchange rate, what we have done? We have compared rupee versus basket of currencies. My question is, can it provide how competitive is your trade in the international market? Can it provide the competitiveness? Answer is no. Some of you are saying yes, right? Answer is no. Why? Just go back to the basic idea. Go back to the basic idea, right? I'll tell you. Nominal exchange rate. What did we do? Rupee versus a dollar. Nominal effective exchange rate. What are we doing? Rupee versus basket of currencies. BOC is nothing but basket of currencies. Instead of dollar, I've put many other currencies here. Now, will the NER provide trade competitiveness to you? Will the nominal exchange rate give you trade competitiveness? No, it will give you currency competitiveness. In the same way, when you are comparing rupee versus basket of currencies, will it provide you trade competitiveness? Again, no, it will simply provide you currency competitiveness. That's it, currency competitiveness. Now you will start typing, sir, then what is the difference between NER and NER? Difference is there right in front of you. In nominal exchange rate, one currency against one more currency. In NER, rupee versus basket of currencies. Is it not different then? Is it not different? Point number one. NER is basically an exchange rate. It is an exchange rate. NER is an index. NER is an index. We are measuring the change in rupee versus basket of currencies in the form of index. We have a base here. We are measuring in the form of index. Okay, so that is the basic idea of NER and NER. Now coming back to the question all over again. Will NER provide you trade competitiveness? That is, one good is equal to how many goods in the rest of the world? No. For that, we have one more formula, real effective exchange rate. Real effective exchange rate, REER. Look at the formula. Do not by heart it. Look at the formula. What is the difference between NER and REER? What is the difference between NER and REER here? In NER, we are simply accounting for exchange rates. We are simply taking nominal exchange rate. But what are we doing in REER? We are taking into consideration nominal exchange rate. We are also taking into consideration price levels. Inflation in simple terms. We are also taking into consideration price levels. What is the price level in the domestic market? What is the price level in the foreign market? Now you tell me, if the price level is considered along with the nominal exchange rate, is it not the similar concept to real exchange rate? I hope you understand this. If price levels are considered along with exchange rate, is it not similar to real exchange rate? But what is the difference all over again? Real exchange rate, we are comparing India with USA, India with another country. But in the real effective exchange rate, we are comparing India with many countries, group of countries. Is it okay? We are not comparing India only with USA. We are comparing India with USA, China, Japan, South Korea, right? Let's say Britain, group of countries. That is the basic idea of a real effective exchange rate. And the same idea like earlier. If real exchange rate increases, right? Look at this and answer to me now. If real exchange rate increases, what will happen to trade competitiveness of India? I'll repeat that statement. If India's real exchange rate increases, what will happen to India's trade competitiveness? Will India's trade competitiveness increase or decrease? It will decrease. Arey Baba, some of you are saying increase. How? How? If India's the real exchange rate, I'm saying India's real exchange rate, India on one side and any other country on the other side, right? One good here is equal to two goods. If India's real exchange rate increases, it simply means we are moving from one good is equal to two goods to one goods is equal to three goods. If India's real exchange rate increases, then basically the trade competitiveness will go down. Apply the same logic here. Apply the same logic in case of real effective exchange rate. If the real effective exchange rate, that is one good in India is equal to goods in set of countries. If India's real effective exchange rate increases, India's trade competitiveness again will go down. Right? So this is basically the idea of a REER, NEER. Have a look at this. Rise in NEER indicates that a domestic currency is appreciating against a basket of currencies of trading partners and vice versa. Whenever REER increases, it means exports become more expensive and imports will become more cheaper. That means any country which will experience a higher REER index, it simply means it is losing trade competitiveness. Right? So these are the 2 points. You will have to remember this. You will have to remember these points. Okay. Now, next point. I said RBI calculates both the NEER and REER. RBI calculates both NEER and REER. But when you say NEER and REER, how many currencies are considered? How many currencies are there in the basket? There are two baskets here. One basket will consist of 6 currencies of these countries. So why only these countries? These are our major trading partners. These are our major trading partners. And there is one more basket which consists of 40 currencies. A large number of other countries will also be counted here. Right? So this is basically the concept of NEER, REER, RBI, index, etc., etc., etc. Done? Right? So this is a basic idea. Any issue so far? Any issue so far? Let me know now. Sir, explain India's exchange rate and trade competition. Right? What do you mean by exchange rate and trade competition here? I don't understand. Trade weight simply means, imagine India is conducting total trade of $100 billion. $100 billion. Now, out of that $100 billion, we will not have the same trade with all the countries. Let's say this is an example. Here is India. India will conduct a trade worth $90 billion with USA and $10 billion worth of trade with UK. So what is the trade weight with USA? It will be 90%. What is the trade weight with UK? 10%. Difference between RER and REER. I'll repeat it. RER, it is a trade competitiveness between one country with another country. Again, all of this is self-explanatory, my dear. Right? It is one country with another country. We compared India with USA. India with another country, yes. But in case of REER, I'm saying it's not just India with USA, India with group of countries. And the RER is basically a number. But in case of REER, it is an index. Okay. Trade, why most of the currencies compared with US's currency? that happens for a very simple reason. In the international market, imagine you are trading. Okay, in the international market, imagine you are trading. You would want to make a payment or receive a payment in which you have lot of confidence. Does it make sense or not? You want to make a payment and receive the payment in terms of the currency in which you have lot of confidence. And historically, the confidence on the dollar is very, very high. That's the reason most of the countries will accept and make payment in terms of dollars. RR is equal to 1.5. What does it mean? If you remember the calculation, I told you that imagine you are in USA and you got the real exchange rate of USA as 1.5. What does it mean? Whatever money you are paying to purchase 1 unit in USA, with the same amount of money, you can purchase 1.5 units in India. Sir, REER doesn't calculate the value, then how can we directly proportionate NEER and REER? You don't have to proportionate NEER and REER, right? It's basically a comparison. It's an index, just like CPI, WPI, it is an index, right? What does the index say? You focus on that. What does the index say? You simply focus on that. If the index value increases, trade competitiveness has gone down in case of REER. If the index value will go down, trade competitiveness has increased. In NEER, if the index value goes up, rupee is appreciating against basket of currencies. If NEER will go down, rupee is depreciating against the basket of currencies. Focus only on that, more than sufficient. Okay. Sir, from whom RBI will sell or purchase rupee dollar in forex market? I told you this example yesterday also. Banking, right? The banking sector is there. What about 40 currencies? I said in the basket. Do you remember the term? I used the term basket. Basket means what? Group. So how many currencies are there in the basket? There are two baskets here. One has only 6 currencies and another basket has 40 currencies. Any forex example? What do you mean by forex example? Right? What do you mean by forex example? I don't understand the question itself. How interest rates of the central bank will lead to increase in market interest rate? What is interest rate? What is repo rate? You tell me. This, I believe we are discussing this at least for the 10th time. What is repo rate? It is basically an interest rate where one is lending and the other one is borrowing. Right? Every time I tell this, again I'll have to repeat it. Right? It simply means you are not revising. That's it. What is repo rate? It's basically a rate of interest where one is lending and the one is borrowing. That's it. Now, if the repo rate increases, you tell me what will happen to the interest rate for any kind of lending and borrowing in the market. You tell me. If repo rate increases, what will happen to any kind of lending and borrowing in the market? Right? Don't you think any kind of lending and borrowing in the market, the rate of interest should increase? I hope you understand. If repo rate increases, it simply means there's a lender, there's a borrower. Right? So basically, the lender is charging more rate of interest. Now imagine you are basically issuing a bond in the market. You are issuing a bond in the market. Repo rate has increased. Now you tell me, will I demand more rate of interest from you or not? You'll ask me why. I'll simply say, look at the repo rate. The lending and the borrowing rate of interest has increased, so pay me more rate of interest. That's a basic idea. Right? So again, right, later also I'll keep on using the term interest rate. You will ask me, sir, how interest rate rises will affect all of this. Right? Don't do this. It basically means you are not revising. Okay, done. So let's take a break now. Let's take a break. I'll start at 8:04. I'll start at 8:04. Okay. Okay, welcome back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Let me know if I'm audible. Let's start then. Okay, so let's start. So next concept I want to discuss is the concept of balance of payments. Balance of payments. Now, before going forward, I was just going through the comments. Okay. Now, there are some students who generally keep on typing the same question 30 times, 40 times without realizing that I'm discussing the same thing. This is my suggestion to all of you. Listen to what I speak rather than focusing on something else. For example, I don't want to take the names of a student, doesn't make any difference either to you or me. For 20 times there's a question, what is the significance of real exchange rate? Now you tell me, have I discussed real exchange rate? Point number one, have I discussed real exchange rate? Second, what is the importance of real exchange rate? Did we see that also? Did we see that also? Is it written in the slide? Did I tell you what will happen if RER increases, RER decreases? Did I repeat it also? But doesn't matter. You don't listen to me when I discuss it. You don't even see it is there in the PPT, but you'll keep on asking. It doesn't matter. Right? Focus on the discussion. Don't keep on typing. It doesn't help you. This is my suggestion to you. Just try it once. Try to type and listen. See what will work out for you. Both of them will not work out. Either you will make a mistake in typing or you'll make a mistake in listening. Doesn't matter. Okay, let's start. Balance of payments. Next one. Balance of payments. Now, what is the idea of a balance of payments? Okay, balance of payments is basically a record of transactions conducted between a country with the rest of the world. I'll repeat it. Balance of rest of world. Balance of payments is a record of all transactions between one country with the rest of the world. Sir, why should we maintain these records? Why should we maintain a list of all of it? We should maintain it because you want to find out how many dollars are going out of India, for what purposes they are going out, how many dollars are coming into India, for what purpose they are coming into India. Don't you want to have a list of all these records? So for this purpose only, we have a system called as balance of payments. What's the definition? It's a record of all the transactions that take place between one country with the rest of the world. Sir, examples of these kind of transactions, please look at the slide. Look at the slide. Right, on one side I've written certain transactions under revenue, and on the other side also I've written certain transactions under expenditure. Right, let's talk from the context of India, right, from the viewpoint of India. In India, balance of payments records are maintained by Reserve Bank of India, RBI, Reserve Bank of India. And this Reserve Bank of India will keep a record of all the transactions which are either leading to dollar coming into India, dollar going out of India. For example, right, imagine you are an exporter, you will export goods. Will the dollars come into India? Of course, yes. So have a look at where I've written exports here. Please have a look at where I've written exports. Exports are under the side where dollars are coming into India. And imports, right, basically expenditure side. Why? You will import something. As a result of this, dollars will flow out of India. In the same way, imagine you've invested in the American government bonds. You have invested in the corporate bonds in America. Now, can I simply say because you have invested outside India, you will earn interest? Will the interest flow into India or not? Investment income. Right? Imagine you will go to USA, earn in the USA, and come back to India after 3 months. Will you not bring in dollars to India? Compensation for the employees. Right? Remittances. Right? Don't say remittances and employee compensation are one and the same. No, both are not one and the same. Both are different. For example, yesterday I told you, remittances are simply one-sided transactions, one-sided flows, transfer payments. I said in the form of a gift, in the form of welfare, taking care of your parents, etc., or your relatives, you can transfer money from rest of the world to India. And that is basically remittances. So basically the idea is simple here. What transactions we are recording? What kind of transactions we are recording here? All the transactions which will lead to outflow of the dollars from India or inflow of the dollars into India. Now this is basically the idea of a balance of payments. Now have a look at this. The balance of payments is divided into two accounts here. I've written two accounts. The balance of payments is divided into two accounts. One is a current account, second one is the capital account. One is the current, second one is the capital. What is the difference between a current account and a capital account? Follow this carefully. Current account deals with all the transactions which generally will have an impact on income of a country. I'll repeat it. Current account transactions are generally those types of transactions which will have an impact on income earned by a country. For example, do you remember the concept of GDP calculation? Do you remember the concept of GDP calculation or not? What is GDP? Income generated in India. Did we consider imports and exports? Let me know. Did we count imports and exports? Did we count, right, the income paid to the, right, let's say foreign individuals in India, etc., etc. So argument is simple here. In the current account, we will have all those transactions which will have an impact on income of a country. Whereas in the capital account, we'll have all those transactions which are generally associated with assets and liabilities. Which are associated with assets and liabilities. Sir, what do you mean by assets and liabilities? For example, imagine you are sitting in USA. Okay, imagine you are sitting in USA. You will bring money into India, dollars into India, and you will invest in, let's say, Adani Securities, Adani's shares. Now, can I call this as an asset for you? Let me know. Can I call this as asset for you? Of course, yes, it's an asset for you. Of course, again, do not imagine asset means always land. Right? Understand this. Asset can be financial also, as well as a physical also. Asset can be financial as well as a physical. Can I give you examples? You will invest in land. You will invest in gold. Right? This is a physical asset. You will invest in fiscal deficit. Sorry, fixed deposit, not fiscal deficit, fixed deposit. You will invest in government bonds. Can I call this as a financial assets? So that's a basic idea. So understand the logic here. Whenever you have a capital account, these are generally associated with assets and liabilities. For example, the foreign investors will purchase securities in India. You will purchase securities in USA. Is it allowed? Of course, yes. It is allowed. I'll come to that. Have patience. Okay. You can invest in foreign securities, earn income on that, earn interest on it. Right. So that is also allowed. Or apart from that, what if a foreign company will bring money into India, set up a manufacturing facility? Is it not an asset? Of course, yes. So argument is the current account will deal with these types of transactions and capital account will deal with these kind of transactions. Next point. Is it always fixed that we should have only two accounts? That is a current and capital. Is it always a compulsion that we should have two accounts? Of course, no. Follow this carefully. As per International Monetary Fund, IMF, as per International Monetary Fund, IMF, and generally, rather than having two accounts, they subscribe to three accounts. IMF says we should have three accounts. But in case of India, RBI is the party. RBI is the authority which will publish balance of payment. Historically, we have been publishing only two accounts and we continue to publish only two accounts. But RBI will also publish one more account, that is financial account. Remember this? As per IMF, International Monetary Fund, there should be three accounts. One is a capital account, second one is a current account, third one is a financial account. But in case of India, historically, RBI has been publishing only two accounts and we use only two account methodology, that is current account and capital account. Sir, what about the financial account then? RBI will take the financial account, merge it with capital account. RBI will simply take the financial account, merge it with capital account, have only two accounts, current and capital. Now focus on the current account. Please look at the current account. Can I basically divide the current account into two parts? That is visibles and invisibles. Let me know. I'll repeat it again. Can I divide the current account into two parts? That is visible and invisible. Sir, what is visible? For example, you are exporting something. You are exporting something. When you export something, the export can be either a good or a service. It could be either a good or a service. Now, can I say goods are visibles? Goods are visible. For example, the marker in my hand. What about a software? Is a software visible? What about a financial service? Is it a visible? No, invisible. So have a look at this. The capital account, sorry, current account generally is again divided into two parts, visibles as well as invisibles. In visibles, we will keep the goods which are traded, merchandise trade. What about invisible? All these other components. All these other components will put it under the invisible. For example, employee compensation, right? That is, let's say you have gone to USA for 3 months, you have brought in dollars. Right? In the same way, a foreign citizen has worked 4 months in India, so they are taking out dollars from India. Right? You have invested, let's say, in the shares of, let's say, Alphabet company or a Tesla company, and you will get dividends now. Now that dividend, it is nothing but interest. The interest that you have earned, it is inflow of the investment income. In the same way, a foreign company has invested in the shares in India. They have earned a dividend. It is basically outflow of investment income. So in this way, I hope you understand, in this way, what we do is, we will divide this into visibles as well as invisibles. Right? In the exports, again, there is a visible, invisible, and remaining all of them are basically invisibles. So this is how you divide the current account. Next point, focus only on the exports and imports. Next point is, focus only on exports and imports. Why? There is a concept of only looking at trade. We will look at only trade now. We will trade in goods, we will also trade in services. That we will export goods, we will import goods. We will export services, we will import services. Let's start. Right, the goods are generally referred to as a merchandise. Services are written here. Please do not by heart the table. Table is not needed for you. Table is not needed for you. But please have a look at it. You will see that for a certain time period, or let's say in case of merchandise, that is goods, what you'll basically see is, you are exporting, you are also importing. Okay, right? You are exporting and you're also importing. Now, when you export and import, you export, you will bring dollars. You import, you will pay dollars. So how much is the outflow of the dollar compared to inflow of the dollar? That is the value given here. And based on this, can I simply say that in case of merchandise, we have a trade deficit? Let me know. In case of merchandise, we have a trade deficit. What do you mean by trade deficit? Please have a look at it. Trade deficit, basically I have written three terms here: trade surplus, trade deficit, and trade balance. What is the meaning of the trade balance? Basically, exports is equal to imports. What about trade deficit? Value of imports is greater than exports. Trade surplus means value of imports is lesser than the value of exports. Right? I hope you understand all of this. In case of trade deficit, there is an outflow of dollars. Any problem with this? Because of the trade deficit, there is an outflow of dollars. And because of the trade surplus, there is an inflow of dollars. Because of a trade surplus, there is inflow. Because of the trade deficit, there is a net outflow of dollars. And if there is a balance of trade, again unlikely, you will not observe balance of trade. Right? Dollars, imagine $100 are going out, $100 are coming in. So this is one concept: trade surplus, trade deficit, and balanced trade. Now look at the fact for India. Look at the data for India. Can I simply say, in the context of merchandise, that is goods, India has a trade deficit? Let me know. In the context of merchandise, that is goods, India has a trade deficit. What about services? What about services? In the context of services, India has a trade surplus. India has a trade surplus. Okay, that is in the context of services. But what about overall trade? Overall trade means sum of total imports, right, and total exports. That is merchandise plus services. What is the situation in case of India? We have a trade deficit. In the overall, there is a trade deficit. Now look at the next point. Trade deficit, right? It's a problem. I hope you understand. Trade deficit, no doubt, it's a problem. Why? If you look at only this particular data, for the month of April to February 2020, 19 and 20, the overall trade deficit that we have is $73 billion. What is the meaning of the trade deficit of $73 billion? It simply means $73 are flowing out of India. Is the logic okay? $73 are flowing out of India. You will have to remember these concepts. Concepts are important. Don't mug up data. Please do not mug up data. UPSC will not ask you the data. Right? So trade deficit simply means there is an outflow of currencies, dollars from India. Right? That is point number one. Remember this. We will use it further. Now, this is the basic idea of a trade. Right? That is looking at the exports as well as imports. And what is observed traditionally in case of India? Traditionally in India, we observe a trade deficit. We have a trade deficit. Is it good or bad? Now, please do not come to a conclusion it is always good, it is always bad. Please do not come to a conclusion like that. Why? One of the reasons we have a trade deficit is because of the crude oil. You tell me, is the crude oil required or not? You tell me. For Indian economy, is the crude oil needed or not? Is there anyone who says, sir, we can do away with crude oil? Even if I do not import crude oil, nothing will happen to Indian economy. Anybody in the class who says that? I'll give you one more example. What about automobile components? What about automobile components? Right? These are also needed. But what generally happens is, we do not have sufficient manufacturing capacity in India. We do not have sufficient manufacturing capacity. So what we will do is, we'll keep on importing these from the international market. I will call these as essential imports. I will call these as essential imports. What do you mean by essential imports? We do not have sufficient production capacity in the domestic market. These are called as essential imports. But on the other hand, I'll give you one more example. What about plastic toys? What about plastic toys? Do you think plastic toys are essential imports? Let me know. Do you think plastic toys that we majorly imported until very recently, the major imports that we did for plastic toys was from China? How many of you think, right, plastic toys are essential imports? No, these are non-essential. These are non-essential. We have sufficient production capacity in the domestic market. We'll keep on importing it. So don't you think one of the reason that we have a trade deficit is because of non-essential imports? So if the UPSC will ask you, how do you control trade deficit? Do not simply write, we should control all the imports. That is not the right approach. You can write it, but also justify. Say that, right, for example, crude oil. How can you control the import of crude oil? Promote usage of more and more electric vehicles. I hope you understand. Promote more and more usage of electric vehicles. Promote more and more production of renewable energy, such as solar energy, wind energy. And by doing that, can we reduce the import dependence of crude oil or not? Can we reduce the import dependence on essential imports or not? Answer is yes. So non-essential imports, you don't require them, control them. What about essential imports? You require it, but implement certain policies so that over a period of time, even the dependence on these essential imports will automatically come down. Okay, that is the basic idea of controlling trade deficit. Right? This is how you control trade deficit. And understand this, I'm looking at only one side of the equation. Can I control the trade deficit by promoting exports also? I hope you understand. Can I basically control the trade deficit by promoting more and more exports? Of course, yes. And isn't the government of India implementing reforms to promote exports? For example, we have PLI. We'll discuss that, don't worry. We have PLI, we have Make in India, right? We have so many reforms to promote manufacturing exports from India. Done. So this is one component within the current account, exports and imports. Now let me focus on the full current account. Let me focus on the full current account. Now when you look at the full current account, imagine the revenue side is smaller than the expenditure side. I hope you understand this. Right? The revenue side is smaller than the expenditure side. Now this situation will be referred to as current account deficit. Right? The expenditure side is greater than the revenue side. It is current account deficit. And if it is vice versa, that is the receipt, that is the income side is higher than the expenditure side, it is called as a current account surplus. And if it is equal, dollars coming in is equal to dollars going out, it is called as a balanced current account. You do not see balanced current account, do not worry about it. Traditionally in case of India, there has been a current account deficit. I hope you understand. Right? Traditionally in case of India, we have a current account deficit, CAD. Now, right, follow this carefully. If CAD increases, what does it mean? Let me know. If the CAD increases, can I simply say that more and more dollars are flowing out of India? Agreed. If the CAD widens, if the CAD increases, more and more dollars are going out of India. And if more and more dollars are going out of India, what will be the impact on exchange rate? What will be the impact on exchange rate? Can I simply say if the CAD keeps on widening, rupee will appreciate? I'm sorry, rupee will depreciate because dollars are going out. Dollar will appreciate, rupee will depreciate. Now, is it okay? One of the factors that I had written earlier that will impact exchange rate was the current account deficit. And if the current account deficit keeps on widening, it simply means more and more dollars are flowing out. It will have an impact on the exchange rate. Right? That is current account deficit. Does India have a current account deficit? Of course, yes. India generally has a current account deficit. Now, is it okay? I'll just throw certain data here. Don't by heart it. Let's assume under the current account deficit, the inflow of the dollars is 100 billion and the outflow of the dollars is 150 billion. Can I write deficit as $50 billion? Can I write the current account deficit as $50 billion? Now question is, from where will you get these $50 billion? I hope you understand. From where will you get these $50 billion? Because you can't print dollars in India. Right? RBI cannot say I have printing presses, I'll print dollars. No. Right? Government of India cannot say I have also printing presses, will print dollars. Absolutely no. What we generally do is we will look at the capital account now. Have patience, have patience. I'll tell you what actually happens in India. I'll tell you, have patience. We will look at the capital account now. What happens in a capital account? Look at the components in the capital account. Look at the components in the capital account. Foreign loans, which, right, in India we have taken. Can I give you example? External commercial borrowing. Any problem with this? External commercial borrowing, right? Is it not a foreign loan? Of course, yes. Foreign loans given. Just like you borrow from external market, a foreign company can borrow in the domestic market. Foreign direct investment, foreign institutional investment. Now, do not worry about both of them. I'll cover it separately. Listen to me. Don't keep on typing this again and again. Listen. Both FDI and FII, I'll cover it separately. Okay. Now, what happens is basically under the capital account, either you're creating an asset or a liability. We'll keep all these transactions under the capital account. Generally, what happens? Generally, what happens in India? The inflow of the revenues under the capital account is higher than outflow of the money under the capital account. Is it okay? I'll repeat it. The inflow of dollars under the capital account is higher than outflow of dollars in the capital account. Just throw arbitrary numbers, but ensure left side is greater than the right side. Let's assume it is $80 billion and let's assume this is $60 billion. Can I now say that there is a surplus in the capital account? Let me know. Right? Can I now say that there is a surplus in the capital account? Surplus of how much? $20 billion. So remember this, earlier we calculated current account and I said generally India has a current account deficit. Generally India has a current account deficit. And now we are looking at the capital account, right? There could be a surplus in the capital account. We could also have a balanced capital account equal. And we could also have, right, a deficit in the capital account. But what generally happens in the context of India is we have a surplus in the capital account. We have a surplus in the capital account. Meaning what? Under the current account, outflow of the dollars was how much? $50 billion. I said we cannot have $50 billion printed in India. We should have these $50 billion. How now? Out of that, now $20 billion you will get in the capital account itself. Is it okay? $20 billion you will get it in the form of capital account surplus. Now what about remaining $30 billion? Can I now say that RBI will take it from forex reserves, sell them in the market? Let me know. Can I simply say that RBI, because you cannot print dollars, I hope you understand. You have to have $30 billion so that you can pay to the rest of the world. But from where can you get this $30 billion? Can I give you one option wherein RBI, Reserve Bank of India, has forex reserves, will take $30 billion out of the forex reserves, sell them in the market and purchase rupees from the market. So $20 billion surplus from the capital account and $30 billion basically coming from forex reserves. We are ensuring that the current account deficit is breached. Any difficulty in this? Any difficulty in this? Let me know. Right? Any problem with respect to, right, idea of a current account, capital account? What happens if there is a deficit in the current account? Now you will ask me, sir, what if there is a deficit in the capital account also? What if there's a deficit even in the capital account? Then basically imagine it is a deficit of 20 billion. Total deficit is how much? Total deficit is 50 plus 20, $70 billion. Then from forex reserves you'll get $70 billion. Right? That is basically the idea how forex reserves will help us in controlling these deficits. Right? In controlling these deficits. Now come to the next point. Come to the next point here. Right? Total of revenue. Please look at the total of revenue side. Right? Look at the total side in the revenue. Look at the total of expenditure. Now the totals of revenue and expenditure, I will use it and calculate something called as balance of payment deficit and balance of payment surplus. Balance of payment deficit and balance of payment surplus. That is total revenue. Imagine total revenue, current capital total. Total revenue is let's say $500 billion and total expenditure is let's say $300 billion. Both under the current and capital, total revenue is 500 and total revenue is 300. Can I simply say that there is a BOP surplus of $200 billion? There is a BOP surplus of $200 billion. That is, in 1 year, totally $200 billion extra have come into India. There is a net inflow of $200 billion into India. Now, where do you think this $200 billion will go? Think of it. Where do you think this $200 billion will be counted as? This will be counted as an accretion because RBI will purchase this. Can you allow these $200 billion to keep on floating in the market? That will lead to rupee appreciation. You can't do that. So what does RBI do? RBI will purchase it. Forex reserves will start increasing. Forex reserves will start increasing. And on the other hand, let's write one more data here. Imagine, right? Imagine the total outflow of the dollars is $500 billion and total inflow of the dollars is $400 billion. Now, can I say there is a deficit of $100 billion? Can I say there is a deficit of $100 billion? And when there is a deficit of $100 billion, what do you think will happen next? Right? RBI will take this $100 billion, supply to the market, forex reserves will come down. I hope you understand. This is how balance of payment deficit, balance of payment surplus will actually work. This is how BOP deficit, BOP surplus will actually work out in real time. Generally, in case of India, we end up experiencing BOP deficit. We have experienced BOP deficit also. We experience a BOP surplus also. And so this is the basic idea of a balance of payments. Any problem? Can I go to the next point now? Any problem? Can I go to the next point now? Now have a look at this. There is a term called as a twin deficit. Right? There is a term called as a twin deficit. Very, very famous in the current affairs. Twin deficit. Now, many of you keep on asking me, take my question. When I ask you what is any doubt, please paste your question. Right now I'm teaching. Can I see the question? Think from my perspective. Think from my perspective. I'm looking at the camera. Am I able to see your question? When I ask any question, can I go forward? Take my question. What is your question? So think of that also. Think of the logistics here. Okay, now there is a term called as a twin deficit. There is something called as twin deficit. What is this twin deficit? Whenever a country will have a fiscal deficit and a current account deficit, a country will have a fiscal deficit and current account deficit, it is called as a twin deficit. Is it a problem? Of course, yes, right? It is a problem. Let's start. What is the problem here? But first and foremost, how does it actually happen? Fiscal deficit higher means what? Right? Start thinking of this. Fiscal deficit higher means government is spending more money, government is borrowing more money, right? And now tell me, as a result of this, what will happen to investments? What will happen to inflow of currencies? Right? Don't you generally think? Generally, right? Fiscal deficit increases means there is a tendency that government is spending more, government is borrowing more, government is spending more. Now, as a result of this, can I simply connect it to a basic idea? There could be inflation. Let me know. there could be higher inflation in the market. And when inflation goes up, what will happen to rupee value? Let me know. What will happen to rupee value? Rupee value will start depreciating. Rupee value will start depreciating. And tell me, when rupee depreciates, what will happen to trade deficit? When a rupee depreciates, now tell me, what will happen to trade deficit? Will the trade deficit increase or not? Will the trade deficit increase or not? Of course, yes. Trade deficit increases. What will happen to current account deficit? Right. Finally, what will happen to current account deficit? The current account deficit will also increase. Right. So have a look at this. On one side, there is a fiscal deficit, and on the other side, there is a current account deficit. This is called as a twin deficit. Now, how many of you think having twin deficits is good for Indian economy? Let me know. How many of you think having twin deficits is good for the economy? Absolutely no. It's not good. Why? If government of India keeps on borrowing more and more money, the debt of the government keeps on increasing. Obviously, it is not good. Debt of the government keeps on increasing. Right? There is a danger of having higher inflation in the domestic market. There is a danger that imports will become very, very costlier. And we need imports, by the way. I hope you understand. We need imports. Right? Either as a finished good or as a raw material, we need imports. That's a fact. So imports will become very, very costlier. And what will happen to the dollar outflow? The outflow of dollar will increase. Now, question is, right, imagine this, if the current account deficit keeps on widening, I repeat, if the current account deficit keeps on increasing, keeps on widening, don't you think there will come a point of time when the deficit will be so high, you will not have sufficient forex reserves? Have a look at my statement. Have a look at my statement. The current account deficit will keep on widening, right? And as a result of this, balance of payment deficit will also keep on increasing. Now, I told you, whenever balance of payment deficit keeps on widening, can I simply say that you are using forex reserves? You are using forex reserves to pay for BOP deficit. But what if the BOP deficit is so large, your forex reserves are not sufficient? For example, your BOP deficit is $100 billion and you have a forex reserves worth $50 billion. Right? Can I give you current affairs examples? Pakistan, Sri Lanka, right? Or in case of India, we do not have this right now. Last time we faced this situation was back in 1991. After that, we have not faced this. Back in 1991, this situation was there in India. So this situation where you are going to exhaust all the forex reserves to bridge the deficit, this is called as BOP crisis. I repeat, I'll repeat it again. The situation wherein you are going to exhaust all the forex reserves to bridge the BOP deficit or the deficit in the BOP, that is called as a BOP crisis. Sri Lanka has faced BOP crisis. Pakistan is facing BOP crisis. India is not facing a BOP crisis right now. Why? We have built huge amount of forex reserves. We have built huge amount of forex reserves. And that is the reason there is one more term associated with this concept. Remember this. There is a term called as import cover. Generally, whenever the forex reserves will start depleting, start falling down, it is mentioned in the form of import cover. What is this idea of an import cover? The formula for import cover is the amount of forex reserves divided by the value of monthly imports. The value of monthly imports. Let's say you have a forex reserves of $500 billion and your monthly imports are $20 billion. Can I say your import cover is 25 months? Your import cover is 25 months, meaning what? The amount of forex reserves you have are sufficient to pay for 25 months of imports. Now let me know, if your import cover will fall from 25 months to 20 months, is it good or bad? If your import cover will fall down from 25 to 20 months, is it good or bad? It's bad. If it further falls down to, let's say, 15 months, right, is it good? Again, no, right? There is a problem. There is a problem with the forex reserves. And again, some of you might be thinking, sir, why it is falling? It could be because of various factors. For example, what if the value of imports is changing? What if value of imports is increasing? And what if the forex reserves are coming down? Right? There could be multiple reasons like this. Forex reserves have come down and the value of imports has increased. And can I say that the value of imports can be affected by depreciating rupee? Let me know. The value of imports can be affected by depreciating rupee or not? If rupee depreciates, right, you might be importing, let's say, $1 worth of good, right? Imagine this, right? Some of you are asking how, right? So imagine this is worth $1. Today, $1 is equal to 50 rupees. Tomorrow, $1 is equal to 60 rupees. Rupee has depreciated. You have not changed the import. You're still importing only one marker, but today you are paying 60 rupees. Will it not basically, right, lead to a higher depreciation, or sorry, will it not lead to a problem in case of Indian economy? Again, the answer is yes. What if it is a crude oil? It becomes $2 now. Thanks to OPEC, thanks to Russia, Ukraine, etc., it becomes $2. Right? So problem will happen here. Problem will happen, and this is happening in India. Import cover for India is actually declining. At one point of time, import cover in India for last 2 years was somewhere around 14 months, 15 months, 16 months. Now it has fallen down to around 11 months. And that will keep on changing. That will keep on changing. It will keep on changing. Do not worry. Right? So that is the basic idea. Import cover, if it keeps on declining, it's a cause of concern. It's a cause of concern that the forex reserves, either they are decreasing or the imports are increasing. Okay, right? So this is the discussion regarding the concept of balance of payments, BOP, balance of payments. Now, in association with this, how do you address the issue of deficit in the balance of payments now? How do you address the issue of balance of payments or deficit? One, promote exports. Promote exports. Second, decrease imports. But again, can you decrease all the imports? No, you cannot target all the imports suddenly like this. Essential imports, you will continue to import, but over a period of time, you will implement policies, reduce these imports as well. What about non-essential imports? What about non-essential imports? Try to control them. Try to control them. How we will do that? I'll give you examples. Have patience. Next one, do all of them, right, simultaneously. Try to implement policies which will reduce essential imports. Impose a certain measures right now to control non-essential imports, and implement policies to promote exports. Encourage more FDI and FII. Why? If you encourage more FDI and FII, dollar inflow will increase. It will add to the balance in the balance of payments. You can go for currency devaluation. One way is go for currency devaluation. How, sir? How currency devaluation will work? If you devalue your currency, exports will fetch you better returns. Exports will fetch you better returns. Imports will become very costly. So rather than importing, you might go for, let's say, producing and procuring from the domestic market. And one more very important point here. Please look at it and let me know. If you devalue your currency, what could happen to remittances? What could happen to remittances? Let me know. If you devalue your currency, what could happen to remittances? Or else, right, this is point one. Point number two, you are a NRI, right, a non-reliable Indian. Just a joke, by the way, right? Non-resident Indian. You have lot of money. You are sitting in USA. Interest rates in USA is somewhere around 4%. And interest rates in India is somewhere around 6%. Don't you see there is an interest rate difference here? And in case of India, if they devalue the currency, rather than exchange rate being $1 is equal to 50 rupees, now exchange rate will become $1 is equal to 60 rupees. Now, don't you think this will promote NRIs bringing more and more money into India, invest in the bank deposits? Let me know, possible or not? Right, I hope you understand the logic here. Why countries are allowed to devalue their currency. For example, Sri Lanka has devalued its currency. Pakistan will also devalue its currency now. Why? Exports competitiveness will increase. You can attract a lot of dollars from the international market, especially from these non-resident citizens. Because now they will look at this and they'll bring a lot of money into the country, invest in the deposits in the country. And the best part of these dollars is what? These are one-sided flows. All of you agree? These are one-sided flows. That's a reason this kind of devaluation is done. But can government of India devalue its currency? Looking at all of this, let me ask you a question. Can government of India devalue its currency? No, it should not devalue its currency. Why? If government of India will devalue its currency, will USA government sit quiet? Think of it. If government of India will devalue its currency, will USA sit quiet? No. Will UK sit quietly? Will China, already there is allegation that China devalues its currency. Will China sit quietly? So what it will lead to is, it will lead to competitive devaluation. Is it okay? It will lead to competitive devaluation. That's a basic idea of not going for devaluation. Long-term way out is always promote more and more exports. Okay, long-term way out is always promote more and more exports. Because some of you might be thinking, sir, why did you write at the last point? Why did you write that is long way out is always to promote exports? Reason is simple. You can also control balance of payment by controlling imports. You can do that. But you tell me what makes more sense economically for India. Controlling imports or promoting more and more exports? Let me know. What does it make more economic sense? Controlling imports or promoting more and more exports? You should promote more and more exports. Why? If you promote exports, one, anyways, dollars will flow into India. I hope you understand. Anyways, dollars will flow into India. Second, will you not create employment in India? Think of this. Will you not create employment in India? Third, if you export more and more, will it not contribute to GDP? Fourth one, if you export more, it simply means investments in India is increasing. You want more and more investment or not? So a better way of controlling BOP deficit is always to promote more and more exports. Don't say both. Some of you said, sir, we'll do both. My dear, if you control import of, let's say, petrol, you can control the import of petrol. You can control the import of automobile components today itself. But if you control this, will it have a limiting effect on GDP or not? You tell me. Will it limit the GDP growth today or not? Answer is yes, by the way. Think logically always. So over a period of time, we will control this. But today, how can I control the BOP deficit? Promote more and more exports. Right? Give more and more incentives so they will export more and more. So that automatically balance of payment deficit will come down. Okay? That's a basic idea. That's a reasoning behind it. Okay. Next, convertibility. Concept of convertibility. Now, what is the meaning of convertibility? Convertibility refers to how easily or how quickly you can convert your domestic currency into foreign currency. Follow this carefully. How easily or how quickly you can convert your domestic currency into foreign currency and vice versa. How easily or how quickly you can convert your domestic currency into foreign currency and vice versa. This is called as convertibility. Now, in case of India, please follow the discussion now. Follow the discussion. Any transaction in the current account, any transaction in the current account, it is fully convertible. I'll explain this. Follow the discussion. Any transaction in the current account, it is fully convertible. Meaning what? You export any goods and services from India. You export. You will get dollars. There is no restriction on converting these dollars into rupees. I'll repeat it again. Understand the logic here. Right? You will export the goods. You will export the services. You will receive dollars. There is no condition. There is no restriction whatsoever on converting this dollar into rupee. Absolutely no restriction. Right? Now, whenever these kind of restrictions are not there, in converting rupee to dollar, dollar to rupee, it is called as full convertibility. Full convertibility. Now come to the other side. Imagine you have lot of rupees. Right? I know many of you have lot of rupees. You want to invest in the USA stock market. Follow this discussion carefully. You want to invest in the USA stock market. Are you allowed to invest? Of course, yes. Of course, yes, you can invest in the USA stock market. But now the question is, can you invest any amount by converting rupee to dollar, or is there any restriction on the conversion? I hope you understand this. Can you invest any amount of dollars in USA by converting rupee to dollar, or is there any restriction on the conversion? There is a restriction. There is a restriction here, right? Imagine you are an Indian citizen. You want to invest in the USA stock market. Annually, you are allowed to convert only up to 2.5 lakh dollar worth of rupees. Annually, you are allowed to convert only up to 2.5 lakh dollar worth of rupees. Sir, what if I want to convert more than 2.5 lakh? Am I allowed? Of course, yes. Here in this condition, you do not require any approval or the permission of RBI. You do not require any approval of the RBI. You can simply go to the market, that is, let's say to a bank, pay rupees, convert these rupees into dollars, take these dollars outside India, right? Invest in USA stock market. Keep it in bank deposit outside India. Invest in the real estate outside India. It is entirely left to you. But what if, sir, some of you will simply say this, sir, it is my money. I want to invest in the USA or UK. Nobody should ask me. RBI says, my dear, it's your money, no doubt. But are you taking out rupees from India, or are you taking out dollars from India? Right? You are not taking out rupees. You are simply taking out dollars. And dollars will come under regulation now. What RBI says, up to 2.5 lakh dollars, convert. Don't take any approval. But you want to take out more than 2.5 lakh dollars out of India, then take my permission. Take my approval. Now, can I call this as a restriction? Can I call this as a restriction or not? So understand the logic here, right? I'll give you one more example. How many of you think that when foreign investors will come into India, there should not be any condition on their investment in government bonds? Think of it and answer. How many of you think that when foreign investors will bring dollars into India, we should not put any conditions on them when they invest in the government bonds? Is there anyone who says, no, sir, we should not put any conditions on them? Right? I hope you understand. We should put conditions on them. We should impose restrictions on them. I'll tell you why. Right? Look at the current situation. When foreign investors are withdrawing their money from India, imagine there is no condition. In fact, in India, we have conditions like this. You're allowed to invest up to 20%. You're allowed to invest up to 30% like this. There is a condition. But imagine absolutely no conditions, no restrictions whatsoever. They'll bring dollars into India, convert that into rupees, and invest, right, these rupees in the government bonds. Now, what if there is a recession? You tell me, what if there is a recession? Do you think these foreign investors will wait in India? They will not wait. They'll simply start selling the bonds. They will take out the dollars from India. But in the process, what has happened? In the process, what has happened? If they sell these particular bonds, what will happen to the bond market in India? Right? Don't you think the bond prices will crash in India? Right? The bond prices will suddenly crash in the market. Right? The government will find it very difficult to borrow now because there is no confidence in the bond market. So now the question arises, should we allow this to happen? Should we allow this kind of volatility to be created by foreign investors? Again, answer is no. So that's the reason. Again, understand this, right? Investments in the financial instruments. Think of it. Investment in financial instrument, in which account does it fall? Does it fall in the current account or capital account? It falls under the capital account, right? So I hope you understand this. In the current account, there are no restrictions, no conditions, right? You can easily convert rupee to dollar, dollar to rupee, right? That is domestic currency into foreign currency into domestic currency. But when you come to the capital account, there are restrictions, there are conditions which are either imposed by the government, imposed by the RBI, right? Because we are concerned about safety of Indian economy. We are concerned about security of Indian economy. We are concerned about volatility that could be created in the Indian economy. That is the reason, remember this, whenever restrictions are imposed, we will call it as partial convertibility. I will repeat it. Whenever restrictions are imposed, we'll refer to this as partial convertibility. And whenever no restrictions are there, easily you can convert into dollar back to rupee like this, we will call this as full convertibility. We'll simply refer to this as full convertibility. Now I'll give you two statements. Let me know whether correct or wrong. In India, current account is fully convertible, capital account is partially convertible. Statement 1, in India, current account is fully convertible, capital account is partially convertible. Any problem with these two statements? Let me know right now. Any problem with these two statements? Because in case of current account, no restrictions are there. You can convert rupee to dollar, again, domestic currency into foreign currency, right? Foreign currency into domestic currency. Whereas in case of the capital account, no, we do not have full convertibility. Conditions are there. Restrictions are there because we are concerned about volatility, safety, etc., etc. So capital account is partially convertible, current account is fully convertible. But before, understand this, before 1990s, even in case of the current account, we had a concept of partial convertibility. Right? We had a concept of partial convertibility. What is this idea of a partial convertibility in the current account? This was introduced in the year 1992. This was introduced in the year 1992. What is this, a partial convertibility? We introduced a system by the name of liberalized exchange rate management system. Liberalized exchange rate management system, LERMS. Liberalized exchange rate management system. And this liberalized exchange rate management system is also referred to as dual exchange rate. Dual exchange rate system. Dual exchange rate system. Now, what is this a dual exchange rate system? What is this dual exchange rate system? Follow this carefully. As per this policy, which was introduced in 92, again later withdrawn in 93, because we have shifted to idea of a floating exchange rate, market managed exchange rate. What was the basic idea? Have a look at this. Imagine you have exported and you have received $100. Any amount of dollars you have, look at this. You have exported, you have received $100. The government of India mandated that this $100 has to be converted into rupees using two exchange rates. Is it okay? I'll repeat it again. And that's the reason we refer to this as a dual exchange rate mechanism. I repeat it. The government of India mandated under LERMS that any currency that you want to convert like this, we will have to use a two exchange rate and convert it. Right? And that's the reason this is called as a dual exchange rate system. Now, what is the dual exchange rate here? One will be, that is 40% will be as per the exchange rate notified by the government. 40% of this currency will be exchanged as per the exchange rate notified by the government. And remaining 60% of these currencies will be exchanged based on whatever is the market exchange rate, that is nominal exchange rate. Any problem with this? Let me know. Under this dual exchange rate system or LERMS, 40% of these currencies will have to be exchanged at an exchange rate notified by the government, and remaining 60% will have to be exchanged at an exchange rate which is determined in the market, that is nominal exchange rate. Right? Now, can I simply say two exchange rates are there? Conditions are there, how you are supposed to convert from rupee to dollar, dollar to rupee. Can I call this system as partially convertible? Let me know. Can I call this LERMS as a partial convertibility or partially convertible? Any difficulty in understanding this? Why? Conditions are there, restrictions are there. But what we have done post 1993, we have discontinued this. We have introduced market determined exchange rate. That is a floating exchange rate has been introduced. Today, anything under the current account, we will convert it at market determined exchange rate. Whereas in case of capital account, there are conditions, there are restrictions imposed by Government of India and RBI. Sir, why did we implement LERMS? My dear, look at the time period. Let me know. Look at the time period. 1990s. Was the Indian economy stable in 1990s? Let me know. Right? Is Indian economy, or was Indian economy stable in 1990s? Did I not tell you in 1991 there was a situation of BOP crisis in India? So these policies, in order to protect the Indian economy, in order to protect basically the outflow of more and more dollars, we implemented this policy. But later we have shifted to the idea of basically the concept of the market determined exchange rate. Okay. Next, again, before I go to the next, remember there is a committee name. There is a committee, SS Tarapore Committee. SS Tarapore Committee. SS Tarapore Committee. The SS Tarapore Committee has recommended capital account convertibility, that is full capital account convertibility. I repeat, the SS Tarapore Committee has recommended full capital account convertibility, full capital account convertibility for India, but we have not implemented it. I hope you understand. Even today, right, capital account convertibility. Okay, we have not yet implemented full capital account convertibility in India. We are still partially convertible. We are still partially convertible. Done. How can external investment without restriction cause volatility in the Indian market? My dear, if you keep on taking out all these investments from India to rest of the world, what will happen to forex reserves in India? Think of it. What will happen to forex reserves in India? Don't you think forex reserves will start depleting in India? Okay, next one. Next, foreign trade policy. Idea of FTP, foreign trade policy. Now, in case of India, once every 5 years, I'll tell you convention. It's not a constitutional mandate, convention. That is, the practice is that once for 5 years, for every 5 years, we keep on announcing a trade policy. What are we trying to do under the trade policy? promote production, promote more and more exports from India. Now have a look at this. The trade policy which is applicable today was actually announced for 5 years, 2015 to 2020. But tell me what happened in 2020? I'm pretty sure all of you know what happened in 2020. There was a pandemic, and as a result of the pandemic, Government of India has not announced a new FTP. Government has not announced a new FTP. Same old FTP is applicable even today. But if you're reading newspapers, right, today's newspaper, there is a discussion on this. Government is expected to announce a new foreign trade policy anytime now. It is expected to announce a new foreign trade policy anytime now. Why? This is a very old policy. Was announced for 15 to 20, but even today we are having the same policy. So we will have to change the foreign trade policy, bring in a new trade policy. Now when they will announce, what will be the provision, that is part of the current affairs. When you come across it, please update it. Now let me start. What are the provisions? What are the important points under the old foreign trade policy? Just a second. Okay, what are the provisions? Am I audible? Am I audible? Two of you are saying I'm not audible. Please click on the button. There is a button called as fix audio. Please click on it. Okay, let me continue. What are the important provisions of the existing foreign trade policy? First one, in order to promote more and more goods and services, under the foreign trade policy, we had two schemes. One, to promote merchandise, that is a goods export, we had a scheme by the name of MEIS, Merchandise Exports from India scheme. And in order to promote services, we had one more scheme, Service Exports from India scheme. Now don't read the details of it. Why? Very soon it is going to be restructured. It is going to be withdrawn. And if you have read the newspaper, yesterday's newspaper, I believe in Business Standard, there was an article on this. What was the article? The minister basically has given an indication that in the upcoming, let's say the foreign trade policy, there might not be any incentive scheme to promote services. I hope you understand. In the upcoming, right, foreign trade policy, there may not be any scheme to promote services. Why? Do you remember what is the export of services from India? Do we have a trade surplus in case of services? Can I say India is a country where a lot of GDP contribution comes from services? It is competitive in terms of exports of services. So now the argument of Government of India is, why should I provide incentive to you? I hope you understand. Why should I provide incentive? You're already very competitive. So again, whether they are going to do it or not, you don't know. I also don't know. Only those who are involved in the policy making, they know that. We will have to wait. That's the reason I'm saying just focus on the basics here, more than sufficient. Point number one, to promote exports of merchandise, we had a scheme, Merchandise Exports from India scheme. And I'm saying we had a scheme. Why? Even this MEIS scheme has been suspended. SEI is also suspended. MEIS also suspended. Why, you will understand in some time. But now the question arises, sir, how are we going to promote exports of goods or services under the scheme? Come to the point number 3. There is a concept called as duty credit scrip. There's a concept called as duty credit scrip. Scrip is nothing but a certificate. Right? A scrip term represents nothing but a certificate. Sir, what is the meaning of a duty credit scrip? Follow the explanation here. Imagine, right? Imagine this. You are exporting certain good. And I as a government, I want to promote export of that good. So what I will do, in order to promote that export, I will simply say, you export $100 worth of the good, I will give you 5% of it in the form of duty credit scrip. Understand my point? You export $100 worth of goods or services, 5% of it, I will give it in the form of a duty credit scrip. Meaning what? I will issue a certificate to you whose value is equal to $5. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what is the use of that for me? Right? What is the use of that? The use is that, imagine you will import something. Imagine you will import something and you will have to pay taxes to government. Let's say the taxes that you're supposed to pay is $5. So rather than paying $5 from your pocket, can you use this certificate to pay for the imports? Any problem in understanding this? Right? You have exported $100 worth of goods and I have given you $5 worth of a certificate. In fact, all these were digital certificates. So I've given you $5 worth of certificate like this. Now, if you import something, you'll have to pay taxes to government, let's say $5. Rather than literally paying cash, can you use the certificate? Can you give this right to the government and say, take it, $5, I've given it to you. Just like coupons. I hope you understand, just like coupons. Right? I'm pretty sure all of you have used coupons. You might be having 100 rupee worth of coupon, 200 rupee worth of a coupon. You'll purchase something, rather than paying 100 rupee, you'll pay that coupon itself. So that is the basic idea of a duty credit scrip. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what if I'm not importing anything? What if I don't import anything? Two very important points here. Whenever the duty credit scrips were issued, they would have a validity time period. There is a validity for these certificates. What is a validity? Earlier, the validity period was 18 months, but it has been increased to 24 months. Right? The validity period has been increased from 18 months to 24 months. Meaning, you will have 24 months to use this coupon, voucher, certificate or a scrip. Now, next point. Sir, what if I'm not importing anything? You're telling me I have a 24-month time period. What if I'm not importing anything? Then you could simply sell it to me. I hope you understand. You could simply sell this voucher to me. I'm importing something. I will import, pay $5, right? I'm sorry, I will pay the $5 to you. I will use the voucher to import something, right? So these were made transferable. These were made transferable. And to ensure that the transfers will happen, it will not affect, right, the transfer of the scripts. Government of India has right, basically kept the duty credit scrip under the GST rate of 0%. Meaning what you are selling? Transfer essentially means you are selling the scrip. When you sell the scrip, right, can the GST be imposed on it? Of course, yes. But government says it will be 0%. In fact, when it was actually introduced, the GST rate applicable was 12%. That is, the seller will collect 12% of the value of the scrip and give it to government. Now you tell me, think of this carefully and let me know. I am selling scrip worth $10 to you. Okay, I'm selling the scrip which has a value of $10. Now let's say GST of 12% is applicable on this. Right, I will collect $1.2 extra from you and give it to government. Now tell me, will you purchase the scrip? Will you purchase the scrip? Right, you'll basically say, why should I pay $11.2? I hope you understand. Why should I pay $11.2? I can directly import and pay only $10 in the form of import duty. Because you are paying 11.2, but you are getting a value of how much? Only $10. Why will you purchase it? That is a precise reason Government of India later reduced the GST rate applicable to 0%. Now, is it okay? Is the logic okay? How we promoted more and more exports of goods and services? We used to provide incentives. We used to provide incentives in the form of duty credit scrip. Next one, new logistics division has been created under the Commerce Department. Please read the statement here. Can you read this statement? We will not discuss this today. We will discuss what is the use of the logistics division when I take up infrastructure chapter. Next, e-wallet was created for exporters. Now, what is this e-wallet? Let me explain this. Right, let me explain this. Imagine you are an exporter. Okay, imagine you are an exporter. You will purchase a certain raw material, you will purchase something. Will you pay GST on this? Let me know. Will you pay GST or not on this? Of course, yes. Now have a look at this. Whatever GST you have paid, government will provide this in the form of input tax credit. They will give it in the form of input tax credit. But what if they will provide this input tax credit after 3 months? They will provide this input tax credit after 2 months. After 1 month, can I simply give a number here? Imagine you have paid a GST of 100 rupee. It simply means your 100 rupee is there with the government of India. Is it okay? Your 100 rupee is there with government of India. You do not have access to that 100 rupee right now. But is it okay if I say this? After let's say 10 days, you will purchase one more raw material. And again, you will have to pay GST of 100 rupee. So now have a look at this. How much money will get stuck up with the government like this? So to provide certain relief to the exporters, government introduced the concept of e-wallet. Now what is the function of a e-wallet? Look at this carefully. You purchase something, you pay a GST of 100, the government will simply open an account in your name. You are the exporter. There is a wallet. I'm pretty sure you have used a Paytm wallet. Just like that only, they will open a wallet in your name and transfer 100 rupees into your account. Now, what is the use of this 100 rupee? Imagine you purchase some raw material. Now you will have to pay GST of 70 rupees. You do not have to pay additional 70 rupees from your pocket now in the form of tax. You can use the money from the wallet to pay taxes on the inputs. Right? This is how e-wallet will provide relief to the exporters. Otherwise, what will happen? Lot of working capital will get stuck up with the government of India. And finally, interest equalization scheme, IES. Interest equalization scheme. What is this interest equalization scheme? Right, let me cover it. The idea of an interest equalization scheme, we'll take it up tomorrow. Don't worry. WTO, don't say, sir, you're skipping. I'll cover it. Don't worry. The idea of an interest equalization scheme is this. Right, have a look at this. Let's start. Right, the interest equalization scheme was introduced as a part of Foreign Trade Policy 2015 and 2020. What would happen under the interest equalization scheme? Let's start. Imagine this example. Imagine you're the exporter. Okay, imagine you're an exporter. Right, you are manufacturing this pen or this marker. You are in India. And because you want to manufacture this, you will take a loan from a bank. And let's say the loan rate of interest is 9%. Okay, the rate of interest applicable on the loan is 9%. Now there is a competitor for you. Your competitor is there in another country. Country 2. You have a competitor. He is also manufacturing this marker. He will also take a loan or she will also take a loan. But the rate of interest applicable on the loan is 5%. Rate of interest applicable on the loan taken by your competitor in a different country is 5%. Now, is it okay if I say, don't worry about other factors, focus only on this. Is it okay if I say, you are at a disadvantage compared to your competitor? Let me know. I'll repeat it again. Right, based on this, is it okay if I say, you are at a disadvantage compared to your competitor? Why? You are taking a loan, you are paying a higher rate of interest compared to your competitor. And the rate of interest that you pay will have an influence over what is the cost of the marker. Don't you think this will put you at a disadvantage compared to your competitor? That is the reason Government of India has launched through RBI, has launched a scheme, Interest Equalization Scheme, IES, and it is there in the FTP. It has been extended. Remember this.
It has been extended now. Interest equalization scheme will be extended till financial year 24. Right now, what is the advantage of interest equalization scheme? Government will ensure that exporters will get interest subsidy. Exporters will get interest subsidy. What do you mean by this? Right, have a look at this picture. The government says to the bank, do not collect 9% rate of interest, simply collect, let's say, right, 5% rate of interest. Do not collect 9% rate of interest, simply collect 5% rate of interest. Now the bank will simply say, sir, if I collect only 5%, what will happen to remaining 4%? What will happen to remaining 4%? I should collect that also. Government says, I will give the 4%. I will simply give the 4% rate of interest to you. Now, can I simply say with this scheme, exporters are able to get the loans at lower rate of interest? Any problem with this? Let me know. With this scheme, the exporters are able to get the loans at lower rate of interest. And if you're going to get a loan at a lower rate of interest, will it help you in controlling cost of the product? And if the cost of the product is controlled, will the export competitiveness increase? That is the whole objective of interest equalization scheme. Right? The whole idea of interest equalization scheme. Now let me go to the next point. How many of you think this scheme should be provided to all the exporters in India? Let me know. Apply basic knowledge, you will understand. How many of you think such a scheme should be provided to all the exporters in India? Do you think it makes sense? Do you think it makes sense to provide this scheme to everybody, every exporter? Of course, no. You should not do that. You should not do that. Why? There are large number of exporters who are profit making, who are very large companies. Why should you provide benefit to them? Right? That's the reason we will cover only certain types of exporters. For example, we will cover MSME sector. What is MSME? Micro, small and medium. Micro, small and medium. We will cover MSME sector exporters. We will also cover certain exporters who are manufacturing certain identified products. Will not provide it to everybody. It doesn't make any sense also. It is not fair also. So what we will do? MSMEs who are exporting, we will cover it. And those which are manufacturing certain identified goods, we will cover them. Done. That is the basic idea of interest equalization scheme, IES. Done. And here itself, right, let me show you one more scheme here. Please focus on the scheme here. One more very important scheme is PLI. Again, the objective is same here, promotion of investment. Right, let's go one by one. What is the objective of production linked incentive scheme? We want to promote investment. We want to promote employment. We want to promote production in the domestic market. We want to reduce our import dependence. We want to promote exports. Any problem with all the five? Let me know right now. One, right, we want to promote investment, promote employment. We want to, right, reduce our import dependence. We want to export more and more. These are basically the concepts, or these are some of the objectives under production linked incentives. Production linked incentive, PLI, very often cited in the newspaper. One of the very important schemes that Government of India focuses now to promote exports from India, to reduce import dependency, to promote investment, manufacturing, etc. Under the scheme, look at this. Under the scheme, right, there is a cash incentive provision. Important. Remember this. Under PLI, cash incentives are given. Sir, what do you mean by cash incentives? Do you remember the concept of a scrip earlier? Do you remember the concept of scrip? That is basically you have exported, let's say $100, and you will get a scrip worth, let's say $5. Now, the condition here is you can use this $5 worth of a certificate either to pay for import or you can transfer it. That is the only usage. Either use it or transfer it. Can you use this $5 worth of a scrip to purchase raw material? No. Can you use this $5 worth of a scrip to import something and pay for it? Not taxes, to pay for import? Again, no. So that option is not available. But what is the specialty about PLI? What's the specialty about PLI? In this, cash incentives are provided. Under PLI, cash incentives are provided. What is the meaning of it? Let's say, and again, I'll tell you on what basis they will give you incentives. Let's say you are supposed to receive incentives of 2 crore rupees. The 2 crore will be given, transferred into your account. They will not give you scrip. They will transfer into your account. Don't you think that is much more beneficial for a manufacturer? Because now that 2 crore, you can use it for any purpose. You can use it for any purpose, not just for paying taxes, any purpose for that matter. That is a specialty what PLI. Now, how many sectors are covered under PLI? Initially, we started with only 3 sectors. Initially, we started only with 3 sectors. Now, we have covered more than 10 sectors. More than 10 sectors are covered under the PLI. And have a look at this. The incentives that are provided, in some of the cases, these are connected to investment that is done. In some of the sectors, the incentives that are given are connected to investments that you do. In some of the sectors, it is connected to the marginal sales, incremental sales that you do, right? Extra sales compared to last year. If you sell more, then incentives will be provided to you. So there is no fixed formula here. Incentives are provided based on the investment in certain cases, based on higher sales done in certain sectors. This is one more scheme that has been implemented by the government of India to promote manufacturing sector, because they are mainly focused on manufacturing sector. Done. So we have discussed 2 schemes today. One is the concept of PLI, and the other one is the concept of the interest equalization scheme. Sir, only 2 schemes are there to promote exports? Of course, no. Many more are there. We'll keep on discussing as and when we are covering individual chapters. Okay, now let's wind the discussion. If you have any questions, let me know. Let me address your questions. But sir, if rupee depreciates, our exports might increase. So if it is good sign, how if rupee depreciates, the trade deficit will increase? Now please understand, whenever rupee depreciates, trade competitiveness will increase. Agreed. But you tell me today, with rupee depreciation, how many of you think that our exports will increase? Think of it. I hope you understand. Think of it. In today's situation, when there is a recession, when there's a problem in USA, etc., with rupee depreciation, are your exports going to increase? No guarantee. But what will happen to your imports? Imports guaranteed will become costlier. Okay, that's a reason. Depreciation will not always benefit in terms of export competitiveness. It will have, right? A definite impact on the imports. What is the significance of a real exchange rate? Significance is you're comparing only 2 countries, India, USA, India, right? Japan, India, UK, only 2 countries, and you're trying to find out what is the competitiveness of Indian exports only between 2 countries. Okay. Few months back, finance minister gave a statement that rupee is not depreciating, but dollar is appreciating. Again, don't worry about it. It's more of a political argument. Why most of the currencies compared to USA? I've answered this because in the international market, the confidence on the dollar is very high. That is a precise reason. Basically, most of the transactions in the international market are done using dollars. Okay. But sir, if bond market will crash in India, then won't yield rate increases due to low prices? Then why will government of India find it difficult to have investors? I did not say that government will find it difficult to find investors. What will happen to fiscal deficit of government of India? You tell me. Let me know. What will happen to the competitive, what will happen to the debt of the government of India, you tell me. I hope you understand this, right? So that is the concern. That is the concern. Okay. Please take my question. Is a need to pay extra money in case of convertibility? What do you mean by need to pay extra money? I do not understand. What do you need what do you mean when you say you need to pay extra money? Right? No, basically in case of a capital account, conditions are there. Until this amount, you're allowed to invest. Until this amount, you're allowed to convert, etc., like this. Okay. Is partial account convertibility act as a protection against George Soros? Yes. Right. Again, there's a much bigger concept. Yes. NPS and OPS system. Why? Right? Are there not videos in the Byju's Exam Prep IS YouTube channel? Have a look at it. Right? You expect everything to be discussed in the classroom. How is that possible, my dear? You should also do your some work from your side. Okay, I forgot to discuss one concept, purchasing power parity. And two of you are saying, sir, you've skipped the slide. I'll cover it. Don't worry. I'll cover it. Right? I've skipped it. I'll cover it. Basically, after the breakup, somehow I skipped it. Don't worry. I'll cover it. That slide I've not covered. I'll explain it again. Interest equalization scheme again. Interest equalization scheme is a system wherein to provide certain relief to the exporters, part of the interest on the loans taken by the exporter will be paid by the government, so that the rate of interest burden on the exporter will be low. Okay. Sir, if we convert a rupee to dollar, then you need to pay extra charge. Of course, yes. I told you this yesterday. The one who is going to provide the services, of course, they want to earn some amount. They will impose certain charges. Okay. How rupee depreciation will affect inflation? My goodness. If rupee depreciates, what will happen to imports? Imports will become costlier. And if imports become costlier, what will happen to inflation in the domestic market? Of course, we have discussed all of this even when I discussed inflation chapter. Please have a look at inflation chapter. SS Tarapore missed. No, I told you, there is a committee. In fact, two committees were set up. Tarapore committee by Government of India. Tarapore committee says we should shift to complete capital account convertibility. But we have not yet shifted. Okay. Okay, so let's stop the discussion here. Today. Tomorrow we'll continue with, I'll start with the PPP purchasing power parity. And even if I don't start with that, please remind me that slide on PPP has missed. I'll cover it. Don't worry. We'll start with PPP, then we'll start with WTO. And a lot of current affairs, we'll have a discussion regarding that tomorrow's class. Done? So that's it from my side for today. Take care. See you tomorrow again at 6 a.m. Right? Have a great day.